was a lot of dots just got joined together. But of course, Seven Gods and Ninja with the MVP performance, 4 finishes, 739 points of damage. I think they are going to be a little short of happiness, in my opinion. I think they kind of deserve that chicken dinner which got snatched away from their grasp. But Seven Gods, they will have an opportunity of comeback on the maps of Miramar. Meanwhile, Adi, Payne and Hector is going to be joining alongside in terms of top players as well. But I see it wasn't really a very high.
ஒரு 3 மணி நேரம் மட்டும் இது லைவ் பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ். First match, guys. Round 3. A group kind of first match, guys. Top 4 team is semi-final. Top 8. Oh, sorry guys. Background noise கேட்கணும் மறந்துட்டேன். செகண்ட் மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆக போகுது. எவ்வளோ நேரம் தெரில, வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க பார்க்கலாம். நெக்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் எப்படி இருக்கு தெரில. 2 minutes பிரேக். சரி இருங்க. அது ஒரு வேறு ஏதாவது கேம் ப்ளே பார்க்கலாம். இருங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
सर बच्चा निकल आया टू बैलेंस ऐप से पर्सनल लोन इधर ही है और क्यों
भाई आगे बैठा के लाओ ना गॉब्लिन को।
जा रहा हूँ मैं ही जा रहा हूँ
নামই নিয়ে নেব।
এটা লুট করা হয়নি কি নিয়ে নিচ্ছি
হ্যাঁ ওটাই বলছি, লেজেন্ড শুট হেলমেট পরে আছে উপরের লুট।
পড়ে আছে উপরে আরে ওটাতে তো সময় লাগে हाँ we don't have good gifts awesome
Pick up. Dude.
yes you guys are inside the lockup you see you sign
லூட் அடிக்கிறதுலாம் வீடியோ போட்டிருக்கோம். ஜோக்கர் கேம் பிளே கைஸ் பார்க்குறீங்க நீங்கள்? சோல் ஜோக்கர் और எப்படி ஆறான்னு மட்டும் பாருங்க. டொம்பு டொம்பு ஒரு நாக்கு அவ்வளோதான். வைல்ட் ஃபேங் ஸ்ப்ரே காட் நாக் கைஸ்.
मार सकते हो तुम उधर से मारते ना क्यों मेरे इधर बंदा है मेरे राइट ओए तुम आओ ना
ரவுண்ட் 2 நடந்தது கைஸ். ரவுண்ட் 2 ஒரு மேட்சோட இது ஃபுட்டேஜ் போட்டிருக்கான். என்ன கண்ணு ஸ்கேர்லாம் எப்படி சவுண்ட் வருது கைஸ்? இப்படியா சவுண்ட் வரும் ஸ்கேர்ல?
अपने को डाल देंगे ना अच्छे हमारे साथ में
ओए हाँ नकुल अपनी साइड आ रहे हैं।
फाड़ दे
बेकार गाड़ी है इन पे।
सेट करोगे इन पे गाड़ी है नहीं इन पे गाड़ी नहीं ये लोग नहीं आएंगे
इनको इजी मारते हैं भाई।
हाँ, हाँ,
बहुत
हाँ,
बढ़िया है।
मार सकते हैं लेकिन नेट ही मार सकते हैं इनको तो ऐसा लग रहा है
हाँ 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 मार सकते हैं।
एक बग्गी लगी है यूएसबी वाला जा रही है
செம்ம நாக்கு வைக்கிறான்.
उनका साइड
नेट कर रहा हूँ
பாத்தியால புல்லட் எப்படி போடுதுன்ட்டு?
देखो दूर से दिखने वाला है
பயங்கரமா இருக்குது கைஸ். பயங்கரமா ஆடுறான் லைவ்ல.
कौन से ट्रक पे है इसका हाँ कौन से ट्रक पे है इसका
नेट कर रहा हूँ।
மாட்டிக்கிச்சு. ஐயோ பாருங்களேன் கேம். நம்மளை விட மோசமா இருக்குது கிளிச்சு இவனுக்கு.
हाँ दो ही थे मेरे ध्यान से लगा
नहीं नहीं नॉक पड़ा नॉक पड़ा नॉक पड़ा नॉक पड़ा।
हाँ भाई ये मेरे
சோ லெஜண்ட் காப்ளினை போட்டு அமுக்கி எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க.
ओए यूएसबी तो मेरी उधर भी क्या किल चोरी हो गया यार ओए ये लोग हमें काटने के वेयर शायद खाली था ना सुनो सुनो मेरे कंपाउंड पे जल्दी कंपाउंड पे आओ गाइस कंपाउंड पे आओ मेरे को यहाँ पे एडीएस थोड़ा और यहाँ पे एडीएस बंदे और तुम राइट पे 3 गए राइट पे 3 गए ऊपर वेयर हाउस छोड़ के
காப்ளின் வந்து என்ட்ரி ஃபிளாக் இருக்கும்.
एडीएस नहीं चाहिए जरा
ஜோக்கரோட தேர்ட் மன் ரோல் பண்றான். லெஜண்ட் சப்போர்ட்டிங் பண்றாங்க. நக்குல் ஐஜிஎல்
2-3 वो गई थी गाड़ी
वो फिनिश भी हो सकता है शायद वो।
யாரு பாரு நம்பாளுங்களா? வைல்ட் ஃபேங் சென்ஸ் இத நீங்களே வந்து மாட்டுறீங்க திருப்பி திருப்பி இந்த டீம் கட்டாடி.
कट गई
கைஸ் மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிட்டு வாங்க போலாம்.
तो पता है मेरे को
இன்னைக்கு மேட்ச் டிடி நல்லா பண்றாங்களா இல்லையான்றது தான். மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
Wait, Reverend X conceded Picado? What? Did they just beat out Picado? This has never happened before. They've dropped around graveyard. Been on General and Sparks. Yeah, Reverend X actually given up on Picado, and it actually works out. The circle right now is right on top of Reverend X Park. Like, Reverend X Park has pretty much won almost all their fights against Resistance Evo, so I'm surprised. Maybe Revenant X Park just wants to play for the longer game. They don't really care about Resistance Esports and the 4 points. They just want to survive through the final few moments, secure that slot, and then later on, do whatever the hell they want to do. 5 points per game is what you need to keep yourself outside of the bottom 4. I'm actually at the loss of words. I was expecting, a little bit of a contest here
மெட்டா நிஞ்சா
But of course,
அப்போலோ கட்டுறாங்க. வேற யார் இது? ஜீவன்
they have to rotate into the
கார் எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறாங்க. எந்தெந்த டீமுக்கு ஃபைட்டுன்னு பார்க்கலாமா கைஸ்?
going to the northeast corner. El Zahar, like you said, Victor Summers having center control. Reckoning going to be on the northwest corner. Well, also going to be coming in from the fray of Campo Militar. So it's going to be a rather slow game. No major draw pledges, but I think Los Leonas, I'm expecting a little company here between Wildfangs and Team Terminal later on. But for Meta Ninja, it should be a-okay.
Meta Ninja, as of now, 5 points from the span of that one game. It's completely fine. As I mentioned, 5 points per game.
Nebula 20, 7G 14, Arndex 11, VSS 9, WF 6, TT 5, மெட்டா நிஞ்சா 5,
And I really hope
சோல் 3 பாயிண்ட் எடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஓஜி 2 பாயிண்ட் எடுத்திருக்காங்க. வல்ட்டு வந்து 1 எடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
man, oh man, they were terrible.
ஜெனசிக்ஸ்
As of now, Nebula Esports, they have just been the all-rounders.
0 பாயிண்ட்
So
கைஸ்.
you put this team in, Nebula Esports will always perform. And if you talk about just the map from MMR itself, it's been a performing team
ப்ரோ
so far.
வேர்ல்டில் வந்து ப்ரோட்டானும் ஜஸ்ட் சூப்பராக இருந்தாங்க. ஆனால் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுறது, வேற டீம் ரெவலண்ட் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் போயிட்டான் ப்ரோட்டான்னு. ஜஸ்ட் இஸ் டீம் தான் பிளாஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டான். அந்த டீம் பயங்கரமாக ஸ்ட்ரகிளிங் ஆகுது. அதில் இருக்கிற பிளேயர்லாம் சூப்பராக ஆடுவாங்க கைஸ். ஆனால் பட்டு என்ன சொல்கிறதுனா ஃபைட் எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. சர்வே பண்ணுறது தான் பார்க்குறாங்க. புரியுது, சர்வே பாயிண்ட் எடுத்தால் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்டேபிள் வரலாம். ஆனால் நீங்கள் சர்வே பண்ணுறதுனால ஆகுதுன்னா ஃபைட் எடுக்கிறது கம்மியாகிறதுனால அவங்க கேம் பிளே கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் குறையுது. அதனால ஆகுதுன்னா அவங்க வந்து சீக்கிரமாக எலிமினேட் ஆயிடுறாங்க. இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டான மேட்ச் கைஸ். டாப் 8 எல்லாம் வந்தால் ஃபைனல்ஸ் கைஸ், டேரெக்டாக கிராண்ட் ஃபைனல்ஸ். டாப் 8 வந்து இந்த டீமில் இருக்கிற டாப் 8 எல்லா டீமும் வந்து கிராண்ட் ஃபைனலுக்கு போயிடும். மிச்சங்கிற டீம் 8 டீம் வந்து சர்வீவல் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு போகும். இதே குரூப்பு தான் நடக்கும், ஃபார்மேட் நடக்கும். பார்க்கலாம் எப்படி ஆடுறாங்கன்றது.
I mean, their performance as well has been pretty nice.
டி குரூப்பில் இருக்கிறவங்க எலிமினேட் ஆவாங்க. பாட்டம் 8 எலிமினேட்.
Seven Gods, when we saw them for the first time, man, we all thought, okay, it's just another team. They're probably going to be struggling, but no. Every single person.
கன்சிஸ்டன்சியாக நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணுறவன் ஏ குரூப்புக்கு வருவாங்க.
None of us expected. And right now, look at the top of the
சோலில் லெஜெண்ட் பயங்கரமாக ஆடுவாங்க.
with 14 points.
ஜோக்கர் அண்ட் லெஜெண்ட், காப்ளின், நக்குல் எல்லாமே நல்ல பிளேயர் தான். பெஸ்ட்டுன்னு பார்த்தா லெஜெண்ட் அண்ட் ஜோக்கர்.
They're pulling off their shenanigans. Sometimes
ரெவன்லண்ட் எக்ஸ்பார்க்கில் வந்து ஸ்ப்ரே கார்டு அண்டு ப்ரோட்டான் சூப்பராக ஆடுவான். வெஸ்டா பற்றி தெரில, ஒயிட் ஃபேங்கும் தெரில. டிடியில் ஜெஸ்டி நல்லா ஆடுவான். அப்புறமா மிஸ்டர் ஐஜிஎல் க்ளோஸ் ரேஞ்சு நல்லா ஆடுவார். அடுத்தது வேற யார் நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க? ரீப் கார்டு சூப்பர். ரீப்பர்லாம் சூப்பராக ஆடுவோம். ஜஸ்டி அதிக கில் எடுப்பான், இல்லைனா ரீப்பர். இவங்க 2 பேர் தான் டீமில் நல்லா அதிக கில் எடுப்பாங்க. இந்தெல்லாம் ஒரு காலத்தில் செம்ம பிளேயரு. இன்னைக்கெல்லாம் ஒழுங்காக கூட ஆடுறதில்ல. இஞ்சா இருக்காங்க, ப்ரோட்டான், ட்ரேட் கார்டு.
They pretty much stick to their main strategy. They pretty much stick to their ideal strategy, and it's worked out. And right now,
ஹிஸ்டரி சமிஸ்
in the top 2.
இல்லை மாஃபியா.
Focus on a few names like White
மாஃபியா ஓவியஸ் இருக்கான். ஒரு ஓவியஸ்
Walkers. If you look
வெனம் இருக்கான் கைஸ். வெனம் சூப்பராக ஆடுவான். மாஃபியா சூப்பராக ஆடுவான். ஓவியஸ் நல்லா ஐஜிஎல். டிடி காட்டுறாங்க பாருங்க. டிடம் பிளாஸ் எஸ்டி டபுளிங் பண்ணுறாங்க. மிஸ்டர் ஐஜிஎல் ஃப்ரண்ட்டில் போகிறான்.
for some reason, we're not able to see that insane spark in them.
I agree. But as just now, Victor Summers, they are pretty much stocked up in the middle. They do have a lot of ammunition, but for Team Terminal, seems like they are reverting to their old usual strat. Try to get center as quickly as they can and book it no matter what. They weren't able to do so the previous game. They were edged up all the way through, but this time it's back towards what's working for them for the past few weeks. And hopefully it's gonna move for the better. They are able to navigate themselves almost towards near middle, but
என்ன சொல்கிறேன்னா சென்டர் பிடிச்சி ஆடுறாங்க டீம் தமிழர்ஸ், அதனால் நல்லா ஒர்க் ஆகுது. அதனால திருப்பி அதுவே ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்க, சென்டர் எடுத்து ஃபைட் எடுக்க ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்கன்றான். சென்சே தலைவன் காட்டுறாங்க நம்ம வைல்ட் ஃபேங் கோச்சு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கில் எடுத்தாச்சு. வைல்ட் ஃபேங்க்கு டிடிக்கு எப்படி ரொட்டேஷன் கிளாஸ் ஆகிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். மிஸ்டர் ஏஜலோட மைண்ட் செட்டும் சென்சேவோட மைண்ட் செட்டும் அப்படியே ஒத்து போகும். அதனால் ரொட்டேஷன்ஸ் கிளாஷ்க்கு எப்பவுமே இருந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும்.
Wildfangs, all they need to do is just get 5 points off of this game, and that's going to be more than enough. The average is achieved. Still, they can do whatever they want. But this esports as of now, taking a fight against a team that's there in the close proximity, and converting this fight is going to be a tough one. Well, esports is not a team that's going to break down like that, especially when you've also got Remnant and X-Park in the clotheslines. It's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, small little revenge here from Remnant and X-Park. They are setting shots to try to punish them, but no direct hit here. They did get the knock. Goes for a fadeaway shot, but looks like Esports will re-rotate away. But now, sticking with circle. Now, center is going to be in hand of Wildfangs alongside the Revenant part of Victor Summers. And a lot of teams are trying to actually push into the center here. And Minas is going to be a very tricky circle to play. And I feel like Victor Summers is still going to be one of the biggest threats just because it's the highest point inside this zone. But again, the circle shifts inside. Great for Victor Summers. This is going to be a game, big game for them.
Indeed will be. And just look at the amount of teams out there inside the circle. A massive splash of colors. Way too many teams just accumulated around the center. And there's going to be so many fights breaking out soon. Just can't wait for them. Jets esports. Be careful, we might just catch a few strays. At least they found themselves a decent spot to play with around Minas Generales. It's not the best spot, but at least it is something to stay safe. Victor assumes around the close proximity of Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports is not going to be doing anything just yet.
But as of yet, Genesis, they seem to be lacking in terms of mobility as well. They've only got 3 players. Can't really give you a little mad dash. It's like the pacing of the game has pretty much slowed down. Everybody is thinking, can't really give anything safe now. As we know, the community is open. 4 weeks ago, talking about consistency. This time, everybody is playing very safe. They've been able to sort out some habits and practices on them, but I think it's they are a little bit late to the zone. So they have to definitely get more creative. Most power point assets taken away.
எம்பெல்லாம் மட்டும் புது புது பிளேயர் வச்சிருக்கான் ப்ரோ. சரக்கு நிறைய வச்சிருக்கான் ப்ரோ. போன வாட்டி ஒரு டீம், இந்த வாட்டி புது டீம். மாசா ஆடுறாங்க நெபுலா எக்ஸ்பர்ட் பாருங்க. #1 நல்லா ரொட்டேஷனு, நல்லா இஜிலு, நல்லா ஃபைட்டிங் ஸ்கில்லோட இருக்காங்க எல்லா டீமும். மேபி கோச் பயங்கரமான கோச்சா இருப்பான் தெரியல. என்ன தெரியுமா அவன் பேர் பார்த்தீங்களா? கெனோமி. என்னை தெரியுமா அப்படின்னு கேட்குறான். பேர் நல்லா யோசிச்சு வச்சு வைக்கிறாங்க. மல்டி ஸ்போர்ட் ஜோன் எட்ஜ் எடுத்து ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்க. டிடி எங்கே இருக்காங்க? டிடி சென்டர் கைஸ். சென்டருக்கு நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜோனு கண்டிப்பாக கைஸ். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜோனு டிடிக்கு விழுது. டிடிக்கு விழுது, கண்டிப்பாக விழுது. இந்த எப்படி சொல்கிறதுன்னா அந்த சர்க்கிள் டிடியை பேஸ் பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம். இருங்க, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜோன் ஃபுல் ஃபைட் எடுக்கும். இந்த ஜோனில் ஃபைட் கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக இருக்கும்.
They might just need to readapt and readjust. While if you look at the center of the circle, you've got 7 gods once again in the smack center.
Genesis Esports around the off-centric side. H4K as well on the southern side. Wildfang's making a bit of a late game entry. Divine Gaming and Basista Esports next to each other. Probably one of those fights that's going to be brewing up soon.
Slot B for Basista Esports. They haven't exactly found a space yet, but again, everybody's just waiting for something to happen. It seems like Wildfang's holding it pretty much left side. Wants to go to swing on top.
Finally going to find him. He's going to fighting his way through. Eventually, that runs down with ammunition. Yes, hold it down.
Before someone to take him out.
Wildfangs
ம்
in shambles.
Wow, on the other side as well. So once
சோல் டீம் ஒருத்தனை போட்டு கொடுத்தது ஓஜி ஒராங்குட்டானை போட்டு அடிச்சு விட்டாங்க கைஸ். நல்லா ஆடி இந்த டீம் கைஸ். ஒராங்குட்டான்லாம் என்ன ஆச்சுன்னு தெரியல.
OG messing up. Now down to just a two-man squad. And OG cannot even go for the extra bit of shots. To say no, they just don't really have enough men to actually defend against Soul.
is it me or is it just luck timing? Like Soul finding OG twice in a row. First with the drop tag, now again going on a hunt. Their first pick is OG. Did they take the Spider?
Not sure. Not exactly sure. Or it might just be coincidence as well.
Yeah, it's just the second time, right? Let's see the third game. I might be wrong, but let's just keep it up.
இவ்வளவும் மட்டாஞ்சாவும் ஃபைட்டு.
4K in the middle.
இந்த
Genesis also finding a little bit of space here to kind of equalize. They are going
ஃபைட்டு கொஞ்சம் டவுட் தான் guys.
in from the
நாப்பில் பக்கம் தான் தெரியுது.
most definitely hampered all these commotions here from Soul.
டயர்டாகுது ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சூடு தூங்கி
Go for the wrap up here. Legit.
பார்ப்போம். லைவ் முடிச்சுட்டு பரவாயில்ல மாட்டேன் அப்படி போகும். நம்மளுக்கு ஏன் அப்டேட் வரல? அப்டேட் தானே வந்திருக்கா இன்னைக்கு பிஜிஎம்க்கு? மாசுடா.
That's going to be heartbreaking for the fans. And looking at the circle shift, it's going to be shifty right in the court of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, H4K is all in prime position. Seeing him tip a revenant on the northwest corner of the Battlegrounds. But so again, a second time, shuts down OG. Meanwhile, on screen, Pannunga, however, sees the back of Genesis, gets the knock through, Zap gets picked off. And here comes Viper with the bounce back as well, slow down the tempo. Opponent's getting off leads, Pannunga needs to go for the reset. But Genesis makes it into the zone with 3 players, and I think they have to be content with that.
And it's not just that, you've also got Divine Gaming versus the Esports, potentially locking horns. The old friends now turned rivals. Divine Gaming. Oh my god, versus the Esports, they're actually facing taking a fight with someone else. It's going to be breaking the Esports under their sights. And that man gets executed publicly.
ரோசிக்குள் ஒன்று போட்டோம். ரோசிக்குள் கிடையாது, ரொட்டேஷன் வந்தோன்னா போட்டு அடிச்சிட்டோம். சோல் டீமுக்கும் நெபுலாவும் ஃபைட்டு கைஸ். டிடிக்கும் ஏதோ டபிள்யூடபிள்யூ டீம்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒன்று நடக்குது. சண்டை போய் நிற்குது, பார்க்கலாம். ஒரு நாக்கு வச்சிருக்காங்க.
As soon as he picks up try and challenge Basista Esports, fade away shot from Red Man from pressure.
Basista Esports is finally going for the slap. Oh my god, that recoil only follows up because of that from Basista Esports. It might just be a little bit
Molded.
Beast is completely
Yes,
floored.
it's
Second man as well, even Ronnie gets him thrown. Basista's down 3 players, and that last man, he's got no other option than to just run away from this entire pack. Divine Gaming got gifted 3 points, and they reap the benefits from it. Wow, Basista Esports, man, what a big mess up. What a big turnaround it was. We all thought that Basista Esports can actually back away. Strategies could be a lot better. But Basista
Soul, IQ Soul eliminated guys.
crumbled the entire game. Blue's gonna be on the move, it's gonna be
இல்ல இல்ல 2 பேர் எலிமினேட் ஆயிருக்காங்க, அதனால தான் அப்படி காட்டுது.
They just can't do anything.
Oh, what a mess up here from Basista spots. They were hoping for a Hail Mary. They were hoping for a third party. Nothing came. The zone forced them to push through, and Hector now has no choice but to play for some sort of placement points, which in this case, it's not happening. 50 teams remaining with absolutely 0 points here. Hector has no choice but to deny the points in the zone. Meanwhile, on the east side, White Walker is finally going to try and push inside the zone. And they are going to get shot. Team Tumblers finds the opener. Manucci OP and Please getting taken out. And now Team Tumblers, they have to make a break for it. The zone's coming. It is going to hurt. And White Walkers can't seem to get the reset as well.
It is going to be a big problem. Especially with 2 players down, and now you've only got 3 standing, and even the Blues on the move. White Walker, too many troubles just crumbling on top of them at the same time. And Dreams, he's going to try to make the run for his teammates. No, he's making the run for the circle. Well, Team Sports over peeking that angle, almost got punished. The man's knocked out. Confirmation is still pretty far away. Well, Team Sports, they will be able to get that revival on the fallen comrade. Team Tumblers this time around the edge.
4 point எடுத்துட்டாங்க.
Not the center of the circle anymore. Let's see if they can really convert a good game now. Well, Team Sports, getting the revival on that man is going to be the most quintessential.
விடுங்க guys. என்ன இது இவ்வளோ கேவலமா இருக்குது. வர மாட்டேங்குது 1000 லோட் ஆகுது. வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. முக்கியமான மேட்ச்டா, சீக்கிரமா வாங்கடா. வைஃபைல போட்டுருங்க. வரல guys. என்ன பண்ணுங்க.
Looking for the second on misses and shot. Newbie is able to salvage the fight. And just like that, they have to go for the reset right now. Stage 5 zone already right on the tails of Nebula Esports. But they will help dismantle. And with the zone coming in, they have to grab things up. Reaper looking for the opener. Finds Phoenix. Looking for the second on misses and shot. Newbie is able to salvage the fight. And just like that, they have to go for the reset. That's the clean out Nebula.
Brilliantly done from the side. Well, Team Sports just scooping up all those points. And there was also a man from Wild Phoenix who tried to reap the benefits, but even he gets shut down. Well, Team Sports, they get away with a long finish line from that fight, but they also dig their own graves. As now it's just John standing. And John now needs to find a way to make it inside the circle safely. And I don't see a safe breaching point in the zone right now. Luke's just going to be chipping away even more damage, and Victor Sumas on the edge. They're on the right side.
At some point, the two teams must have realized there's no way they're getting out of here. They have to take the fight. This zone is a little bit too big. There's still so many teams alive. And like you said,
நம்மளால எதையாவது பார்க்கறேன்னு தான் டிடி ஒழுங்கு ஆடாது. ரொட்டேஷன் ப்ராப்ளம் டிடி. ரொட்டேஷன் கூட ஓகே தான், பட் இந்த இடத்துல ரொம்ப கஷ்டம்.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
வாங்க 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 நம்ம கேம் பிளே நல்லா பார்க்கலாம். ரொம்ப ஸ்லோவாக கண்ணு மாற்றலாம். அடிக்கவே முடியாது. அடிச்சா புல்லட்டு போடுது, நம்ம அடிச்சா புல்லட். கொஞ்சம் மாற்றிக்கிறேன். ஓ டாடாடா, ஜம்ப் பண்ணா எனக்கு வர மாட்டேங்குது அடிக்க.
なかなかいい作戦でしたよ。
ஆல்ரெடி கலெக்ட் ஆகுது கிடைச்சா பார்க்கலாம்.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
என் வீட்டு பத்திரத்தை நீ வாங்கி வச்சுக்கிட்டு யாரோ ஒரு பைனான்சியர் எங்களுக்கு பணம் கொடுத்த மாதிரி நீ டிராமா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க. யாருக்காக நீ இப்படி பணத்தை சேர்த்து வைக்கிற?
I got 5 eliminations just now.
உன் பொண்ணு ஒண்ணுமே இல்லாத ஒருத்தன் கூட தான் ஓடி போறா. ஒன்றரை கோடி விட என்ன வந்துட்டாங்க?
பேக் ஹெட்செட் மாட்டியாச்சு. கேம் ஒழுங்கா ஆடலாம், ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக கேம் ஆடலாம் கைஸ். நானே அன்ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறேன் கம்முன்னு பாடு. யாருக்கு மேட்ச் என்னாச்சுன்னு பார்த்தலாமா கைஸ்? ஏதோ புது டீம் ஒன்று ஜெயிச்சிருக்கிறியா? புது டீம் தான் ஜெயிச்சிருக்கு. 10 கில் அடிச்சிருக்காங்க. 10 கிலோ 20 கிலோஸ் 20 ஃபினிஷ் பாயிண்ட். கோட்டை விட்றாதரா லேண்டிங்கை மேட்சை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு. தயவு செய்து லேண்டிங் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். கில்லு வேணும்னா ஒரு இடம் இருக்கணும், சர்வே ஆக ஒரு இடம் இருக்கணும். வந்து ஃபுல் ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் கில்லு கைஸ். உங்களுக்கு கில்லு தான் தேவை. உடனே ஏறிட்டான். என்னாச்சு? நல்லா ஆடிருக்கான் திவின். மாஃபியா சூப்பர் ஆடிருக்காங்க கைஸ். நான் சொன்ன லீவிஸ் ட்ரேட் காட் ட்ரேட் மாற்றி வச்சிருக்கான் பேரை குழந்தை. ஹைலைட்ஸ் பார்க்குறாங்க. ஹைலைட்ஸ் பார்த்துட்டு ஃபைன் டேபிள் நான் சொல்கிறேன் கைஸ் அப்படி லைவ்ல போகிறீங்க. அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட்டே இறங்குறோம் கைஸ். நம்ம அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட்டே இறங்கி போகலாம் கைஸ். டிடி நல்லா ஃபைட் எடுக்கிறாங்க, அது வரையும் சந்தோஷம். இன்னும் நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க. இந்த ஃபுல் ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக பற்றினா இதில் இருப்பாங்க. எனிமிகாரும் இருக்கீங்களா? இது சாப்பிடணும். ஹைலைட்ஸ் ஒன்றும் முடியல. Punishable Divine hashtag 20 points guys. VSS 30 point. TT தான் எங்க போச்சு. RG 10 point guys. Revelant Expert 9 point. H4KX 7 point. Ninja Meta Ninja 6 point. Voltis Foot 5 point. IQ Team Tom Loss 5 point. Guys, first Divine first hashtag 2 on the VSS RG 3. Revelant Expert 4. H4KX 5, Meta Ninja 6, Velty 7, IQ 2, Team Tamlas 8 guys. அப்புறம் Nebula
Awesome.
Sports 9, Soul 10, 7 Gods 11, Genesis 12, Wildfang 13, Visista Sports 14, WW 15, OG Orangutan 0 kill guys. என்னடா விளாட்றீங்க ஒராங்குட்டான்? சூப்பராக ஆடுவீங்களா நீங்கள்லாம்? எல்லா டீமுமே ஓரளவுக்கு உங்களை பார்த்து பயப்படும்டா. நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா ரொட்டேஷனில் ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் பண்ணுறீங்க. ரொட்டேஷன் எப்படி சொல்கிறதுனா பிளேயர்ஸை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும். நீங்கள் சப்போர்ட்டரை மாற்றணும்னா ரோல் மாற்றணும். நீங்கள் உங்களுக்குள்ள ரோலை மாற்றி ஆடிங்க. அப்படி இல்லைன்னா தயவுசெய்து ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக ஆரம்பிங்க. அக்கௌண்ட்டை சென்சிட்டிவ்லாம் ரீஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபஸ்ட்லேருந்து. நியாயத்துக்கு ஆடுறாங்க. சோல் கிட்டலாம் போய் ஆட்டி வாங்குறாங்க. சோல் கிட்ட அடி வாங்குற அளவுக்கு அவங்க சின்ன டீம் கிடையாது. அதனால சொல்கிறேன், சோல் அவ்வளோ சின்ன டீமும் கிடையாது. நல்லா ஒரு செம்மையாக கொடுப்பாங்க ப்ரோ. டஃப்பு அவங்க ஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ஆடினாங்கன்னா அவ்வளோ சூப்பராக ஆடுவாங்க. என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க அப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் பார்க்கலாம் கைஸ். இந்த மேட்ச் முடிச்சுட்டு நெக்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் லைவ் போயிடலாம். அப்படியே
Please recall me. Got it.
हमारा अटैचमेंट चाहिए। अरे करेजा वाला अटैचमेंट ना हो, बंदूक वाला अटैचमेंट।
Let's go. Help. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Please recall me. Got it. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
திருப்பியும் மிராமர் ரைஸ் டிடி எப்படி ஆட போகுதுன்னு தெரில. அப்புறம் யார் கொண்டு போகிறோம் ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்து கலையை போச்சு. நெக்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் நல்லா ஆடுறோம். கொஞ்சம் அர்ஜென்ட்டாக
Are not going to be locking horns. Seven Gods is moving a little bit around the boys of Assista Esports. Definitely moving a little bit closer. But once again, I don't think they're going to be locking horns either. Assista Esports is going to be having a safe exit outside of Picado. Smooth sailing. I really do want to know what sort of conversation Revenant X Park had with their coaches. But it definitely feels like Revenant X Park did not really want to lose even that one single player in the initial fight.
Pretty much, but now reset is going to be forced on the players of Revenant X Park. I think that early breathing room, we'll have to see how it works out for this new roster of Revenant X Park. But before that, a little bit of a recap of how things went down for H-Book. And that's a long distance spray with the red dot as well. Quite unfortunate Naughty got picked off over there.
I mean, you just really start to question yourself. Why was H4K so uncoordinated?
Yeah, just all over the place on the initial drop.
And it's not even like they're inside of the compounds. They're just out in the open, waiting to be slaughtered. And Reckoning Esports was just casually driving by. They found those two players, instantly eliminated them. Not learning from the lessons, and that's what has really costed them. For Seven Gods Esports, in my opinion, this is probably one of the most surprising teams in this entire group. We never expected them to perform such a way, but right now their performance is incredible.
Yeah, Mooksh, Ninja, Rexboy, they've been quite phenomenal. And I think in Group A, as we spoke about it last week, we're talking about again this week, it's just okay to stick around. You don't have to finish in the top 4. You don't have to finish in the top 8. All you have to do is just finish in the top 12. Don't end up in the bottom 4. Don't end up getting relegated. And I think Seven Gods, they have been making it work at least so far in the 1 week after their promotion happened. But Divine Gaming, it seems like an unfortunate turn of events after the chicken dinner in the previous match. Not a great start to their journey in this Miramar, as Snug becomes the first casualty from the side of Divine Gaming.
It's such a classic curse, right? The moment you get a chicken dinner in one game, the next game you're just going to be spoiled. And that's what's happening right now. Divine Gaming's game's already spoiled. Revenant X Park on top of this peak, spraying down anyone that tries to get close. Divine Gaming already with a casualty on their hands. Now converting this game just gets next to impossible. With a 3-man squad, they need to execute a passive game, but Divine Gaming is well known in doing that.
Yeah. As you mentioned, they are very well known in just keeping things as calm as possible. Not a lot of action, especially in the early stages from the side of Divine Gaming. The only problem is, but at any point, it becomes the center of attraction for the teams up north. Seoul is also there, present towards the north of DG, and Meta Ninja towards the west. But while Fang's on our screens, as you mentioned a few moments ago, we saw them in Los Leones, now looking to exit the city completely. They are looking to move into the fields of La Benedita, but problems in the form of Team Tamilas and Genesis Esports being there. And Welt with a very late rotation from the backlines could be an unpleasant surprise for Wildfangs.
The next circle shift is also going to be important, Johnny.
Yeah.
Is it going to be shifting on top of that cluster? Yes, it's going to be the answer. Shifting down south on top of Los Leones and also that cluster. So many teams around the centric part. Team Tamilas, Fascista Esports, even OG is going to be part of it. Wildfangs, Genesis Esports around the outskirts. And then you've got a lot of teams just outside of the circle. Meta Ninja being one of them. And speaking of Meta Ninja, right now, right against the players of Seoul. Trying to fade away. Those shots not exactly precise for Knuckle. It seems like he's already got the barrier set up, and he's going to run in the open arms of Knuckle. Confirmations instantly falling away. Meta Ninja, how do they start and break apart like this?
That's the same question that I'm thinking to myself right now, because we just saw one man from the set of Meta Ninja. Shadow just showed up out of nowhere, ends up giving his life to the players of Seoul as well. And now Meta Ninja are stuck playing on the back foot. 2 players remaining, not a lot of room for them to work with. They make a mad dash for the center of the circle, but as we saw a few moments ago on the map, there's a massive cluster already waiting for them on the other side.
Seoul
it's not going to be easy.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Seoul is just so brilliant with these execution.
Yeah.
Knuckle was already right there in the front, setting up a barricade. And the moment that Meta Ninja tried to back away, Knuckle was just spraying him down. And at that point, he just got to feel bad, because they're just running like headless chickens. You cannot even fight back in that scenario. From the back, you've got 3 players shooting at you. From the front, there's 1 man, and you're only 2 players trying to back away.
Oh, but look at Team Tamilas, though. Week 3, not really off to a great start for them. Just 10 points from the first 2 games, as we mentioned. Mr. IGL knocked out in this fight against Wild Fangs as well, but Justy should be able to get the revive going. I would sense he's way too close for comfort over here. Doesn't have anywhere to go, but and seem to... Well, it's possible to try and catch the players of Team Tamilas off guard.
Team Tamilas. Looking down everywhere. Collecting intel, collecting info. Ninja. With only a 2-man squad, you see that 1 man isolated, separated. But I feel like this is one of those moments where they need to play together. Reckoning Esports on the screen, all the way back in the blue. Even they're trying to pull off a rotation, Johnny. Reckoning Esports, they will find a clear breaching point, but not a good slot inside of the circle. That's the problem.
Yeah, they just have to play from the edge. There's no other option available for them. And it's been a very slow early rotation, early game rotation from the players of Reckoning Esports, tanking almost entirety of the damage off stage 2. And stage 3 is when we finally see them be a part of the circle. If the circle doesn't take a shift towards the west, then Reckoning Esports, they're going to be forced to stay on the move. But fortunately, this time for Reckoning Esports, the circle favors them ever so slightly, and they will be allowed to just find a spot to work with towards the edge, just stay back, heal up, and then look for any position of cover they want to move in.
It seems like Vasista Esports are literally the zone magnet. Once again, the circle just shifting in their direction.
I was just about to say that when we saw the stage 2 shift, because
yeah.
I want to ask you this. We have seen Vasista consistently do well if they are favored by the zone. In matches where they are proactively required to rotate are the ones where we see Vasista taking an early exit. So this could very well be their game.
But you know what, Johnny? Recently, Vasista Esports has improved by a lot. We are seeing them take those fights, and that's probably one of the biggest improvements. And since they've also got such a stacked lineup, they're actually winning those fights as well. And that is one of those changes we've been asking from Hector for the longest.
Yeah.
Since he was playing so defensive with this lineup, they were not even able to secure that many points that were needed to actually put themselves in those good spots. But the moment they started taking those fights, all the shortages of points, it's now compensated. Team Tamilas, I'm going to be worried about them right now. Because in the first couple of weeks, teams were not exactly caring about playing this sweaty. But right now in the week 3, things are way too sweaty.
For sure. I think everyone's just try-harding their best. And of course, why not? Every single promotion gives you something to look forward to. If you are in Group D, promotion means safety for the survival stages. If you are in C, promotion means an opportunity to be able to fight for the semifinals. And for Group A, all you got to do, as we mentioned, just stick around in the top 12 and you get an opportunity in the last week to fight for a direct spot in the grand finals. That has never happened before, if I'm correct.
And you know what, Johnny? You know what? Yes, I do believe that grand finals are probably going to be the most important thing. That's what everyone is eyeing out for. So from the Group A, as you mentioned, the top 8 directly heads on towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
But you know what I was trying to focus on was Seoul. The moment they start taking business seriously, look at them playing so well. It's like everyone is just well-oiled. They're just coordinating so well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the problem, right? You look at the roster and the teams that are there inside of Group A, and it's very difficult to tell who's going to fall apart and who will be the one dominating the lobby. Team Tamilas, for example, who would have thought 2 weeks in a row we're going to see top-tier performance from Team Tamilas? And even right now, 7 gods, really unpredictable inside of this group.
Johnny, look, I agree Team Tamilas has been playing really good.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away the credit from them. But let's agree with this fact as well, that since it was just 2 weeks at the start, and it was quite the opening week as well, and inside of the Group A, there's not really enough motive and intention for the teams to try hard. For Team Tamilas to dominate, it got even more easier.
I mean, but it's still a competition, right? Everyone's expected to try hard.
I mean, yes, teams were trying hard maybe in the first week, and Team Tamilas did really good there. But I still believe, man, there's not enough incentive for the teams to actually try hard. right now as well. They just need 5 points per game to avoid that bottom 4.
I think if you're looking for incentive, then we need to go back and check in with the team that is still there in Group B from Group A. We just left one behind. 3 were able to bounce back.
Yeah. And speaking of incentive, right now, Genesis Esports have got every single one in the world.
Yeah, not heading back to Group B.
Yeah, they need to push themselves outside of that bottom 4, no matter what. You do not want to be relegated, my boy. But as of now, Seoul, Johnny, look at this. Seoul is getting crashed on, and this does not seem like it's a good look at all. Revenant X-Park is actually just turning the odds in their own favor and somehow converting this fight. Goblin, the only man left alive. We were just talking about how Seoul and how well coordinated they were, but now this happens to them.
You said that they were well coordinated. I said we can never say what's going on with these teams. Then again, this is the exact reason why. Very unpredictable. Seoul, yeah, well coordinated in one moment, and the very next moment they are forced to take a 1v3 against Revenant X-Park for some reason.
Revenant X-Park is just so good. This is what happens when you do not have an IGL.
When it's
and you've only got 4 assaulters with straight up raw firepower. And you know what they did? They did not even think twice. They just straight up took their vehicles in between Team Seoul and wiped them out. That's what you call maximum aura farming.
Hey, but let's see if they are able to survive this onslaught from the players of Genesis, though. And it's going to be an instant third party. Revenant X-Park, they have found a reset opportunity. The HP bars are quite decent, but Genesis in a position from where they can actually lob a lot of utility, put pressure on the players of Revenant X-Park. Ninja needs to be cautious. Still alive, still surviving, but the HP bars on the players of Revenant X-Park are not looking too good, Necro.
Hunter's stake down low himself, and even the Blue's going to be doing too much damage. Revenant X-Park is also falling apart, but there is also a third party coming through from the sidelines. Revenant X-Park eliminated from the game. You know what, Johnny? I'm the curse. It's me. The moment I say something good about the team, they're just getting wiped out.
Yeah, first it was Seoul, now it was Revenant X-Park. Incredible firepower gets destroyed by the team that's sitting 15th. Well, they move up to the 13th now. Welcome to Group A, everyone.
I know, right? Expect the unexpected, my friends. LT Sports. Oh, taking those shots on Genesis. But you got to feel bad for Revenant X-Park. There was also LT Sports constantly shooting at them while they were trying to take this fight.
That is true, and but I think that wouldn't have changed the result. Genesis already had the upper hand. 4 players drop to less than half the HP means every single player goes down in just 2 shots to the body. You don't even have to connect those headshots.
Yeah, and especially with shotguns, it's just going to take you 1 shot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Next circle. Has to be shifting on top of Assista Esports, right? I mean, it's been following up that trend. It has to shift top left once again, and there we go. Shifts up north of Assista Esports. They find themselves in a decent spot. There's also a man from Divine Gaming right there inside of the circle, but even Genesis Esports is now going to be benefiting themselves from this zone.
For sure, but Assista Esports now, that is a decent spot to work with. All the way towards the northwestern quadrant, in fact, the northwestern edge of the play zone right now. They know the position of 7 Gods, and I believe with how eager the players of Nebula Esports can get, Assista Esports might as well have spotted them out over on the western edge as well. And Assista, they have a compound to work with. This is such brilliant position to work from, at least for stage 5.
On his 2 OPs down low. White Walkers. This is another one of those teams that we never expected to do so good. Right now, they're not doing good.
That's what I wanted to say. Just don't praise them too much right now.
You know what? I'm not even going to say I hope they make a comeback. You know what? I hope they die here. Let's see if that's actually Let's see if that's actually going to work out. Oh, no.
Well, he's not completely finished off. He will get finished off, but still managed to cross that crossfire setup that was there. White Walker is still 2-man strong inside of the play zone. Well, not inside of the play zone. They still have some distance to cover. This is very difficult for them to execute, actually.
Yeah, they have to go through Reckoning Esports, even worse. Reckoning Esports right now busy taking a fight against Wild Fangs. White Walker spotted Reckoning Esports. Oh my god. They've got a free shot. Veyron's out in the open. Even the other man's going to be right there around the Spectrum White Walkers. They're on the verge of walking into a grinder. The first man already gets grinded through. The second man as well is down low, barely surviving on a sliver. And Ballfangs now shifting their focus even on Reckoning, as White Walkers has been eliminated from the entire game.
As you mentioned, they ran into that meat grinder between Reckoning Esports and Wildfangs, and White Walkers just annihilated in a blink. But Reckoning Esports, by the way, playing a very peculiar spread along that southwestern edge. Two players proactively looking to engage into Nebula Esports, while two individuals are just in the backlines holding and defending against Wildfangs.
Oh, Johnny, look at this. Reckoning Esports now taking a fight against Nebula, and what a nade!
Brilliant.
Devastating, harmful nade for the players of Reckoning Esports, and now three players are already taken care of. The last man, even he's not going to stand a chance. Nebula, some quick work against Reckoning Esports, and let me be honest and clear. Reckoning Esports' best map is Miramar, by the way, and they lose a fight in such a fashion, that's not a good look.
But Reckoning Esports still inside of the top 6, not too far away from the top 4 bracket, so hope will still be there for them for tomorrow. Nebula Esports. I think at this point, if you are anyone that's not inside of the top 8, you are just hoping that Nebula has as big of a game as possible so that tomorrow you are still in a fighting position when you start Rondo.
Circle now, this time shifting right next to Victor Sumis. And Johnny, this is the maximum advantage.
Yeah.
VS, what else can you ask for? There's also going to be OG right behind you, and even OG's barely squeezing themselves inside of the circle. So there's a chance you might see a fight happening between VS and OG.
I think before that, OG will be required to clear the backline. So, Welt, if they decide to push this ridge, OG needs to take them out. Otherwise, Welt gets into a position from where they can actually lob the nades into those houses.
True.
But towards the southern side, Wildfangs missed out on the fact that Reckoning Esports just disappeared from their sights. Nebula Esports show up knocking on the door. Wildfangs Sensei knocked out. Two players on the high ground. Sana and Spraygod still holding their position, but Omega.
Oh my god, what?
Almost clutching that 1v3. Man, oh man, that was close.
How was he even allowed to survive for that long? I can't even believe it. He almost took down all the three players, and it felt like everyone from Vasista Esports was just potatoing.
But if you look at the stories of the man that took him down, it's Peace that found the finish onto Omega. So unfortunate.
If you think about it, Vasista Esports and Divine Gaming, they don't really go along each other, right?
Yeah, they do.
Hector, Omega, Beast, Omega. It's like Omega's just got all the smoke.
I mean, in that particular fight, he wished he had a few smokes to work with. Maybe he could have actually clutched it out, but that pile-up from Vasista Esports, too difficult to beat. Wealth, though, we were talking about them a few minutes ago, Necro. Finally on the move, I think they found a little bit of space right on that eastern edge, but not enough to work with. Although on the other side of the ridge, it's Genesis, and as they try to make that mad dash into the play zone, they are going to get caught off guard by the players of Wealth and by OG.
Yeah, Johnny, Genesis might just face the same fate they did in week 1.
Don't say that, please.
I mean, look at them. They're not even able to get any sort of points. They're struggling to get even 1 point.
You know what? I'm focusing on the fact. I'm focusing on that Genesis is just 10 points shy of the 5th position. They can get those 10 points in Rondo tomorrow, hopefully.
They can get those 10 points. And as I mentioned, all you need is 5 points per game. And if Genesis Esports do make it happen, then Genesis Esports are covered for. They are going to be staying inside of the Group A for the next week as well. But right now, focusing on this game itself, Wildfangs are just getting blown apart. It's Nebula Esports from the back line, supplying a lot of pressure, and from the front, it's going to be Team Tumulus. Molotov utilities, every single piece of util tossed out from the arsenal. And Wildfangs now eventually eliminated from the game as well. 4 points in total accumulated.
For Wildfangs, that might not be enough, but look at the situation of the overall leaderboard right now. We have Victor Sumis, who are at the top with all 4 intact. We have Team Tamilas with 2 players surviving, but if they can manage to find themselves inside of the top 3 of this match, of best case scenario, top 2, they should be able to take that leap inside of the top 4. Vasista Esports, Welt, OG. These 3 teams, they're hoping for the chicken dinner, but OG could be under pressure as the pile-up from Vasista just fails, and the crossfire from OG is just too good to deal with. all of a sudden, Wealth Esports, they're down to the last man, and OG, I think they might have win this fight.
Dragon OP's literally just hiding inside of that smoke. He's got the shotgun to work with. Can he really punish the players? The answer is going to be no as he gets snuffed out. Vasista Esports, even they come in with a quick third party. And now for OG, they also need to deal with the remaining boys of Vasista. Hector was taken out a while ago, but Beast and Ronnie still up close and personal. And OG now with a lot of pressure on top of their necks. Can they really avoid this entire clash? The answer is going to be no. Ronnie gets struck down. That's going to be the first man falling apart as Vasista Esports have been wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
The comeback shut down, and OG is going to be very happy with the fact that it was them that took out Vasista. OG has improved their standings in this match itself. They've moved from the 16th inside of, well, just outside of the top 8, but now surviving this fight against Victorious Somas. It is going to be of the utmost importance. If OG stays alive inside of the top 3, then at least tomorrow they get to start their journey inside of the top 8 and hope for the top 4 finish. That is where you want to be heading into that final week.
Victorious Somas. Players on the move, and even the boys are on the move. Once again, playing from the edges, because the Smack Center is now being held by Nebula. And they just control the massive terrain. Team Tamalas this time, finally a solid game from them.
Yeah.
Maybe not a lot of finished points, but at least they're there in the final few moments. 2 men standing to go up against a team like Nebula Esports. It's going to be a tough challenge. But now OG looking to take the fight against Team Tamalas. This one is going to be catching the players of OG off guard. That man from Team Tamalas, he gets that vehicle, and now he can just back away if he wants to.
He's claimed that finish, and in the backlines, Nebula Esports. Oh no, that split from the players of Team Tamalas seems to be catching everyone off guard. And even though Reaper has been finished off, Team Tamalas, they're not going down without securing a few extra points for themselves. OG, they're down to the last player. Atanki is fighting for his life as Victorious Somas show up to close this match out. 4 versus 3. Nebula Esports, they are hoping for that comeback, and Victorious Somas, they are hoping to secure that first position on the leaderboard.
Nebula's got 3 men standing. Unfortunately for Nebula, can this fight be converted? That's my question. There's also a big separation between the players. While Victorious Somas with all the 4 men up, this fight should be an easy conversion. Phoenix is taken down low, but then you've also got Nomi creating the off angle. And then Kratos in the back lines providing every single piece of cover fire. Nomi is trying to bring out some strategies, trying to be a cheeky man. From the sidelines, maybe find a way to thread the needle. But even Victorious Somas, they're taking things pretty cautiously. VS hasn't even been overcommitting to a single fight. They have been playing this game so tactically well.
Very opportunistic. I mean, as you mentioned, tactically sound, very controlled, and it makes sense. Victorious Somas, they're doing quite well for themselves on the overall leaderboard. Both these teams sitting at the top 2, and as we were talking about it during the game, I mentioned right now, teams at the bottom, they will be happy if Nebula actually wins this match. That vacuum on the top creates a lot of volatility down in the bottom, and it allows the teams in the bottom 4 to actually avoid getting relegated to Group B heading into that last week. But this is a 4 versus 3 situation. Victorious Somas have every single advantage they need to secure the chicken dinner.
The main man is taken down low from VS. From Nebula Esports, they've got their hands on the P90 as well. And that P90 might just help them actually secure the win as well. But no! P90 gets struck down. It's going to be an equal trade on the board as of now. VS, if it's going to be a trade game, VS will come out on top any day. And the man from Nebula now is down to just the one last man. There's one single player left over from the side of Nebula Esports. Nomi now needs to make a name for himself. If he does clutch it out, it's going to be one of the most historical clutches. But eventually he gets taken out himself. Nomi did not stand a chance against the entire force of Victorious Somas. But still, Nebula Esports got away with a consistent point.
Yeah.
And Victorious Somas, they got away with a consistent point as well.
What a phenomenal performance being delivered by Venom and Oasis as well, by the way. Look at that. Finishes being taken away from other teams. 3 eliminations secured by Oasis with just 109 damage dished out on the other front. Venom with 809 damage dished out. 4 eliminations on the board. So overall, Victorious Somas, this performance was, well, it was a nice run. And I think the chicken dinner kind of should be able to help them take that first position away from the side of Nebula Esports. But I have to say, was Mafia actually trying to nade Nomi towards the end? Just finish him off with the nades.
Yeah, he did. And that nade did not even get confirmed.
He tried twice. Failed both times.
Oh, it's unfortunate, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I guess somewhere down line, VS knew that they've got the man advantage anyways. And this fight's now going to be a piece of cake the moment they found those first 2 knockouts. And for Nebula, it was just Nomi standing. This knock was crucial. That's why for a moment I thought maybe Nomi can actually make it happen by isolating the duels. And this was the nade that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That nade flopped, and that's why things just fell apart.
Even before this, he made another similar attempt where he was just trying to nade him at his feet and just finish him off that way. And as you mentioned, as soon as Nomi found that knock, it came down to a 1v2 situation, and we knew Oasis was in the back line, so he wasn't really in a position where the support, the cover fire would have been instantaneous had Nomi found the second as well. But Nebula, I think down in numbers, they could only do so much. So not a lot to scoff off about. Still a brilliant run from Nebula Esports. And we have the MVP on our screens, Venom, with a brilliant performance. As we spoke about it, 4 eliminations. Victorious Sumas, calm, cool, and composed throughout the Miramar performance.
I mean, the way Victor Sumas really played that game was just brilliant. Around the edges, they were just constantly hugging the wall, and then later on, slowly and steadily with the circle shift, they were just moving inside of the circle, and they were also wiping out every single piece of potential threat along the way, which was great. And then we also did see that big clash between Seoul versus the Esports as well. That happened, and Seoul, unfortunately, we all know what exactly happened to them.
Yeah, I think Soul got destroyed, and after that, Revenant X-Pac, they were the next ones in line to get taken out. That early game chaos, all the big names that were trying to move in late play from the edges did not really end up doing too well. As you were talking about Victorious Sumas, I think one of the reasons why we saw Victorious Sumas just keep their heads down was they start from LSR, and it wasn't really a big rotation for them as well to move inside of the play zone. So they knew the terrain, they knew what breaching points they were required to gatekeep and just prioritize those positions. Nebula Esports, I think, again, through the thick and thin of things, fighting constantly, did do really well in this match.
And even this trifecta of death, right? Welt Esports just sending it on top of OG, and then Dragon OP was hiding inside of the smoke. Then Basista Esports comes in with a third party. They wipe out Dragon OP, and that's how things really went down in that fight. Basista Esports, they were the one to come out on top over there. And once again, Johnny, concerns do start to rise for Genesis Esports, for OG, because it's been 3 games, performance wasn't exactly there.
OG is still okay. At least OG got a few extra eliminations to work with, right? Within the match, we saw them get outside of that bottom 4. I think OG will be... They won't be inside of the top 8, but they will be like 10th or 11th on the overall leaderboard. But Genesis is not having a fun time.
Hey, at least they got 5 points, right? That's the average they need. But what about the compensation of the previous game, Genesis? That's what matters.
Yeah.
Genesis... They also need to compensate for the previous game since Genesis Esports were not able to get a lot of points. So the upcoming game, which is probably going to be tomorrow, they need a lot of points. Not probably, it will be tomorrow. So Genesis Esports, they at least need 10 points in one of the games, and then they can keep on getting those 5 points.
Exactly, and as we move to the second page of the ranking, I think even though Genesis, Wealth, and OG, they have done well, one name from the bottom 4 that is still crumbling, it is White Walkers. No points from this game, one of the first teams to be eliminated, and quite scattered towards the southern edge of this map. I think let's just see the impact and the repercussion of this underwhelming performance on the overall leaderboard, where right now in the bottom 4, we have H4K with 10, Soul with 10, Genesis with 7, and White Walkers with 3.
Oh my god. Soul in the bottom 4. Did we even dream of this? No, absolutely not. Soul with just 10 points right now in the bottom 4. H4K is going to be above them with 10. And Genesis Esports with 7 points. White Walkers with 3. Now, if you talk about the potential, it's a lot. And that's what really confuses about Group A. Because, you know, Seoul, they have an insane amount of potential. Genesis Esports as well, they have a crazy amount of potential. And anyone can easily just catapult themselves outside of the bottom 4.
Exactly. And there's one more element to this at play, right? Seoul, they are known for their firepower. Genesis is known for their aggression. H4K, to a certain extent, is also a team that's just hungry for those team fights.
Yeah.
First map tomorrow is Rondo.
And Soul is definitely going to be the one to reap the benefits. And then you've also got a man like Hunters in the side of Genesis Esports, who's probably going to be rising up to the occasion. Because if this time he does not do it, It also means that Genesis Esports will be directly losing a slot to head on towards the grand finals, which will be heartbreaking. Elimination leaders on the screen. Dhruv OG is still going to be on top with 43 finishes. Lobster right next to him with 40. Sarvar right there from Zero Arc getting 36. Jonathan with 36 as well. And Taurus with 35.
There's absolutely no one over here from the side of Group A. That's all I would like to mention.
Yeah.
There are so many stacked rosters in Group A that the competition is very tight. And I think Lobster, considering that the journey started with Group D, I'll be honest, this is my personal opinion, that Lobster, I think, would have definitely been able to secure those eliminations quite easily. Same goes for Dhruv. We have seen these players time and time again. Jonathan as well this week has been amazing as an individual for him. Although I'm upset with Cyrax, I expected a lot more from AX.
AX just has been such a on and off. In some games, AX just does really good. In some games, AX is just completely lost. At least this previous week, AX was doing good. So I'm really happy about it. Even this week, AX's performance was nice. So I am kind of satisfied. So let's just say that maybe in the next week, AX can do a lot better. They're probably going to be going back to the back seats, go to the drawing board, understand what sort of mistakes they made, and they might just be back in a more refined form. The IGL rankings on the screen, Punk is still going to be on top, but Nebula's Adi is trailing them pretty closely.
But I think if you look at the overall numbers, I like the numbers Adi has been able to put on board. 9.5 average points per game, 10 top 5. Survival time is just about under a minute difference if you compare it to where Punk is. But those 9.5 average points per match, that is what makes the big difference for Nebula Esports and for Adi. They've been very consistent, this team.
And it's not just that, right? They've also been consistent and with this performance in the Group A.
Yes.
So that just adds on the aura even more and respect even more. But the performer of the day, it's going to be the man from Dragonclaw Esports. And yes, at the start of the day, Dragonclaw Esports, the way they were just hammering the lobby, it was like nothing else. They got 34 points, even though they ended the game on the 3rd spot.
Pretty much. Dragonclaw, I think they dominated that map of Rondo and realized, like, all right, as you keep saying, right, you keep advising teams, especially the ones looking for promotion, to go for like 10 to 12 points per game.
Yeah.
And Dragonclaw was like, yeah, we have those 30 points per match average done. Yeah. So we're going to take a back seat. And because of that, we did not really see them on the upcoming next 2 Wrangles. They disappeared, but I think still maintaining a top spot inside the top 4 is nice. As we move to Group A, a set of unpredictable games. I think the only teams that were consistent in Group A were Victoris Somas to a certain extent and Nebula Esports.
Yeah.
Vasista as well, I think that bounce back is something, it's the kind of story for Vasista Esports. One game is going to go well, the other game will be a mediocre performance, and then they'll bounce back in the next one.
I'm just really worried for Seoul now because I really hope while experimenting things, while taking things a little bit too casual, they haven't really lost their form.
The last time you got worried about Seoul and their qualification, let's not forget, on a map of Miramar, this team secured 37 points. That was a different roster.
That's what I'm saying,
The roster has changed, but yeah.
If you look at the caliber of every single team in that group, you know they pack so much punch.
Exactly.
They have so much experience. All it takes is just one game to make that difference.
And unfortunately for us, that first match of tomorrow, it's going to be very important. The map of Rondo. I can't even wait for the action. But that is a story for tomorrow. Today comes to an end. My name is Super Johnny. That is Necro. And of course, while the action for this 3rd week has been exciting so far, it will conclude tomorrow. So do make sure to tune in. Until then, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
Taking 5, even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Tell them one more time. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, been a real yeah, it's about that time. Stay in the box, stay in the match for the way
Going to the northeast corner, El Azahar, like you said, Victoria Summers having center control. Reckoning going to be on the northwest corner. Welt also going to be coming in from the far fray of Campo Militar. So this is going to be a rather slow game. No major drop clashes, but I think Los Leonas, we are going to be expecting a little bit of company here between Wildfangs and Team Terminal later on. But for Meta Ninja, it should be a-okay.
I mean, Meta Ninja, as of now, 5 points from the span of that one game. It's completely fine. As I mentioned, 5 points per game, and you're going to be around the safety cushion. And looking at the bottom four right now, OG, DG, Welt, and Genesis Esports. Concerning names. And I really hope Genesis Esports this time in the Group A is going to be doing a lot better. Because when we saw them in the Group A last time, man, oh man, they were terrible. As of now, Nebula Esports, they have just been the all-rounders. No matter what sort of map you put this team in, Nebula Esports will always perform. And if you talk about just the map MMR itself, the best performing team so far in this BMPS 2026 has been Reckoning Esports and Wildfangs.
Well, that's a very interesting stat as well, because when we talk about stats like that, they actually gotten themselves 44 points, but it's actually tied between three teams. It's Reckoning Esports, Wildfangs, and Seoul in this map. However, placement-wise, Reckoning Esports will top them with 20 points, but in terms of finish points, Seoul is the highest out of the three with 30 points out of the 44 in these 3 games.
Seoul, as usual, just relying on those straight-up instincts, hunting down teams, and it's been working out pretty well.
You know what? Now, from the perspective of Assistive Esports, you can see that they are actually at a loss of words. They look kind of lost right now. I was like, wait, there's nobody. Like, is this how Picado finally looks like?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything around Picado but, you know, taking those fights against Revenant X-Park, but okay.
Seven Gods, I mean, their performance as well has been pretty nice. This is one of those teams that none of us really expected to perform, right? Seven Gods, when we saw them for the first time, man, we all thought, okay, it's just another team. They're probably going to be struggling, but no. Every single person from Seven Gods, they are definitely the known players, but this combination to work out so well, none of us expected. And right now, look at them, topping the charts, right next to Nebula Esports, with 14 points. Revenant X-Park on the third, Victor Sumus on the fourth. And Seoul, as usual, just pulling off their shenanigans. Seoul sometimes are just extremely good. In some games, Seoul is just figuring things out, experimenting things. And right now, it feels like Seoul is definitely using these grounds as the testing grounds.
Yeah. Well, it's too early to say this as well, but you might be right. They have been experimenting for the past 2 weeks here. But this third week, first game, obvious target onto his OG. They never dropped towards Rozok. But we've seen it happen in Grind BGIS. They've done it to OG, they've done it to Victoria Summers, and they've won all their fights. The fight just now went in the hands of Seoul, but they were third party, and that's the reason why they just couldn't get out in time, especially with Seven Gods coming into the perfect timing with third party, which I think kind of threw them off as well, because nobody really rotates this early on. And Seven Gods, what surprised me was that they were confident enough to actually take advantage of the situation, like, oh, there's a major gunfight. Oh, it's only 7 minutes. Oh, let's third party. We are not going to be expecting a fourth. And I really like that discipline coming from them. At least they read the situation well from the map of Wrangle. But for Miramar, it's going to be a completely different playstyle, I would say.
I like the fact that they're not scared of taking fights. That's the main thing. Usually teams, when they step inside a group like this, they start breaking a sweat. They start struggling. They start overthinking a lot of their scenarios. But a team like Seven Gods, no. They pretty much stick to their main strategy. They pretty much stick to their ideal strategy, and it's workouts. And right now, Seven Gods is currently in the top 2. Then you've also got a few names like White Walkers amongst the mix. And White Walkers, if you look at the lineup, it is definitely a brilliant lineup. They've got Anush 2OP as well back in the playing 4. And when you look at that lineup, it definitely does tell you that even they possess firepower. But still, for some reason, we're not able to see that insane spark in them.
Yeah, I agree. But as of yet, just now, Victoria Summers, they are pretty much stocked up in the middle. They do have a lot of ammunition, but for Team Tamila, seems like they are reverting to their old usual strat. Try to get center as quickly as they can and book it no matter what. They weren't able to do so in the previous game. They were edged up all the way through, but this time, it is back towards what's working for them for the past 2 weeks. And hopefully it's going to be for the better. They are able to navigate themselves almost towards near middle, but right now, near center is in the hands of Revenant X-Pac and Victoria Summer, so they have to be a little bit careful on whether or not are they going to get third party, because slowly but surely teams are grouping up. You do hear a lot of far away shots. Sensei seems like he is going to take shots, and guess what? Team Kamilas is going to take advantage of that. Sensei, oh my goodness, that was so unlucky.
How do you not sense the back lines? How do you not clear it? You're out in the open. You should check the surrounding first. Wild Fangs breaking a sweat. The IGL himself now gets broken off from the team. And now with the 3-man squad for Wild Fangs to do anything, it seems like it's going to be a tough pill. But Wild Fangs, all they need to do is just get 5 points off of this game, and that's going to be more than enough. The average is achieved. But still, they can do whatever they want. Vasista Esports has up now, taking a fight against a team that's there in the close proximity, and converting this fight's going to be a tough one. Welt Esports is not a team that's going to break down like that, and especially when you've also got Revenant X-Pac in the clotheslines, it's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, small little revenge here from Revenant X-Pac. They are setting shop to try to punish them, but no direct head-to-head here. They did get the knock, and they get the 3 knock. The big question here, Trace goes in for fadeaway shots, but Vasista Esports will re-rotate away. But now, speaking of which, Circle. Now, center is going to be in the hands of Wild Fangs alongside with Revenant X-Pac and Victor Summers. And a lot of teams are trying to actually push into his center here. And Minas is going to be a very tricky circle to play. And I feel like Victor Summers is still going to be one of the biggest threats just because it's the highest point inside this zone. But again, if the circle shifts east side, great for Victor Summers. This is going to be a game, big game for them.
It indeed will be. And just look at the amount of teams that are there inside of the circle. A massive splash of colors. Way too many teams just accumulated around the center. And there's going to be so many fights breaking out soon. I just can't wait for them. Genesis Esports, be careful. You might just catch a few strays. At least they found themselves a decent spot to play with around Minas Generalis. It's not the best spot, but at least it is something to stay safe. And Victoria Sum is around the close proximity of Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports is not going to be doing anything just yet.
But as of yet, Genesis, they seem to be lacking in terms of mobility as well. They've only got 3 vehicles. They can't really make a little bit of a mad dash here. Seems like the pacing of the game has pretty much slowed down. Everybody is playing a little bit more calculative and disciplined now. As we know, in the community as well, we've always been talking about consistency being key. And this time, everybody is playing it very, very safe. We haven't been able to spot out some kind of habits yet, but I'm curious to see how Nebula actually takes this approach because they are a little bit late to the zone. So they have to definitely adapt on the fly here. Most of the power spots has been taken away. But this time, sharing beside them is going to be Divine Gaming. It seems like Nebula Esports might just not be able to find an easy entry point here if they decide to push up.
Yeah. Just driving around this slope. Nebula is trying to collect some intel. And Nebula knows the surrounding lines are filled up with too many foes.
Ooh.
But if they messed up once, problem will instantly occur. And right now, you've also got Revenant X-Pac taking those shots against Soul. Even Revenant X-Pac, if they slip up even once, it's done for.
I'm genuinely surprised why Revenant X-Pac wasn't committing those shots. That was a freebie down there for Soul. But considering that, looking at Payne's ammunition, now it makes sense. 175 bullets, still on the tippity top. There's no reason to take shots yet, even though it is 3 points. They need to set the stage for the circle. Seoul was able to scout them out, so they are going to back out. But seems like the circle is going to force them down south in towards truck stop instead. Minas is still in play, but Revenant Xbox has the highest point in this game now. Victoria Summer is pretty much losing control of the north side, so Revenant Xbox, this is the perfect time to zone people out.
They're now going to be in a lot of problem and a lot of pain. Genesis Esports, be a little bit careful. A few teams around you. And as you mentioned, the circle shifting away from Revenant X Park now just creates even more problems. They might just need to readapt and readjust. While if you look at the center of the circle, you've got Seven Gods once again in the smack center. Genesis Esports around the off-centric side. H4K as well on the southern side. While Fang's making a bit of a late-game entry. Divine Gaming and Vasista Esports next to each other. Probably one of those fights that's going to be brewing up soon.
Tricky spot to be in for Vasista Esports. They haven't exactly found a space yet, but again, everybody's just waiting for something to happen. But seems like Wildfang's golden. He's pretty much left stranded. Force the prone his way on top. They are finally going to find him out as well. He is going to try and jiggle his way through. Eventually runs out of ammunition, gets hunted down, and Victoria Summers will take him out. Wildfangs seems like they are in shambles, while on the other side as well. So once again finds OG out of nowhere. Aru first to be taken out. What is going on?
Finding those isolated duels without even breaking his sweat for Soul. That was just a gifted elimination point, and Soul's going to take that, reap the benefits. OG messing up. Now down to just a two-man spot, and OG cannot even go for the extra bit of shots. Because they know they just don't really have enough men to actually defend against Soul.
Is it me or is it just timing? Like Soul finding OG twice in a row. First was a drop clash. Now, again, going on hunt. Their first pick is OG. Did they actually study them?
Not sure. Not exactly sure. Or it might just be coincidence as well.
Yeah, it's just the second time, right? Let's see the third game. I might be wrong, but let's just keep it up in the air. But meanwhile, inside the zone, H4K in the middle. Seven Gods on the east side. Genesis also finding a little bit of space here to kind of equalize. They are going for the 2-2 split to try and box teams in from the west side. So they most definitely have heard all these commotions here from Soul and OG. As it's about to go for the wrap up here, Legit was able to find the knock. And this time the push is going to come through OG. They have to be prepared for this.
Yeah, defending this down is going to be a tough one. Especially with losing out on a man like that. And now you've only got one man to try and defend it. This seems impossible. See the two men of Soul just straight up pouncing atop of the opportunity. This is such an awkward duel. And I think he's just going to back away. It's on top of this entire compound, but even that's not going to make a difference. As Soul, they wipe out the remnants of OG. OG eliminated from this game with next to none points. That's going to be heartbreaking for the fans. And looking at the circle shift, it's going to be shifting right in the court of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, H4K as well in prime position. Same can be said for Revenant X Park on the northwest corner with the high ground. But so, again, a second time shutting down OG. Meanwhile, on screen, Meta Ninja, however, sees the back of Genesis, gets the knock through. Zap getting picked off. And here comes Viper with the bounce back as well to slow down the tempo. Apollo's getting knocked means Meta Ninja needs to go in for the reset. But Genesis makes it into the zone with 3 players. And I think they have to be content with that.
And it's not just that. You've also got Divine Gaming and Vasista Esports potentially locking horns. The old friends now turned rivals. Divine Gaming. Oh my god, Vasista Esports. They're actually busy taking a fight with someone else. It's going to be Reckoning Esports under their sights. And that man gets executed publicly. Vasista Esports. There's just too many teams surrounding them in this spot. They cannot even break free.
It's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here. They need to push through, but they just don't seem to find a way as well. They're still getting blocked here by Divine. It has been the longest block ever. Divine Gaming, they're hoping for a potential third party. But even they themselves can't really push up with Revenant Xbox boxing them in from the back. So they are waiting for somebody to make a little bit of slip up here. Knight, you can see, as soon as he picks up, try and challenge Vasista Esports, fadeaway shots from Reflex for pressure.
Oh, no.
But Sister Esports, they finally going for the slam.
Oh my god, that vehicle, it bubbles up, and because of that now, Sister Esports, they might just be eliminated from the game. Beast is completely done for. Second man as well, even Ronnie gets confirmed. Vasista's down 3 players, and that last man, he's got no other option than to just run away from this entire pack. Divine Gaming got gifted few free points, and they reap the benefits from it. While Vasista Esports, man, what a big mess up. What a big turnaround it was. We all thought that Vasista Esports can actually back away. Strategies could have been a lot better. But Vasista Esports, that one little vehicle flip, it just crumbled the entire game. Blue's going to be on the move. It's going to be doing a lot of damage as well. And Vasista Esports, they just can't do anything.
Oh, what a mess up here from Vasista Esports. They were hoping for a Hail Mary. They were hoping for a third party. Nothing came. The zone forced them to push through, and Hector now has no choice but to play for some sort of placement points, which in this case, it's not happening. 15 teams remaining with absolutely 0 points here. Hector has no choice but to deny the points in the zone. Meanwhile, on the east side, White Walkers finally ready to try and push inside the zone. And they are going to get shot. Team Dominus finds the opener. Anush to OP and Beast getting taken out. And now Team Dominus, they have to make a break for it. The zone's coming in. It is going to hurt. And White Walkers can't seem to get the reset as well.
It is going to be a big problem. Especially with 2 players down, and now you've only got Dream standing, and even the Blues on the move. White Walkers, too many troubles just crumbling on top of them at the same time. And Dreams, he's going to try to make the run for his teammates. No, instead, he's making the run for the circle. Well, T-Sports over peaking that angle, almost got punished. The man's knocked out. Confirmation is still pretty far away. Well, T-Sports, they will be able to get that revival on the fallen comrade. Team Tumelas this time around the edges. They do not have to center the circle anymore. Let's see if they can really convert a good game now. Well, T-Sports, getting the revival on that man's going to be the most quintessential thing, and that's what they're busy doing. Team Tumelas, they start losing out on players. This time it's going to be Mr. IGL breaking a sweat, completely taken down. Big struggles. Aim God as well. He's trying to create a flank angle all the way out from the blue, but he's also taking too much damage from the back. He cannot sustain that spot for too long.
Oh my goodness, this stalemate is helping. Is not helping them at all. But guess what? Third Nebula also going to be joining the fight. Team Tumelas, they're in shambles. They're getting pinned. And with the zone coming in, they have to wrap things up. Reaper looking for the opener. Finds Phoenix looking for the second round. Misses the shot. Nomi is able to salvage the fight. And just like that, they have to go for the reset right now. Stage 5 zone already right on the tails of Nebula Esports. Well, they will help dismantle Team Tumelas, but they're not over yet. They are going to try and gobble them all these points. Phoenix will bleed out to the zone. Artie forced to defend, and Goku finds another well. Just like that, they clean out Nebula.
Brilliantly done from the side of Wild T-Sports, just scooping up all those points. And there was also a man from Wild Fangs who tried to reap the benefits, but even he gets shut down. Wild T-Sports, they get away with a lot of finish points from that fight, but they also dig their own graves. As now it's just Sham standing. And Sham now needs to find a way to make it inside of the circle safely. And I don't see a safe breaching point in the zone right now. And Blue's just going to be chipping away even more damage, and Victor Sumus on the edge. They're on the right side.
At some point, the 3 teams must have realized there's no way they're getting out here. They have to take the fight. The zone is a little bit too late. There's still so many teams alive. And like you said, before someone's keeping them in check, before 7 guys keeping them in check as well, is the reason why they just could not push through. Such a difficult spot to be in here, especially for Welt, Team Tumelas, and Nebula. And unfortunately, they will be the losers for this round. But it seems like the circle is going to be on towards reckoning once more. It seems like the last player from Welt finally getting spotted out as well. No placement points in play, as they also get dismantled.
Hey, but 5 points per game, right? That's what Welt needed. And that's what maybe they've got. But Welt is still lacking a little bit in the overall standings. The next game has to be a compensation for one of them. H4K on the screen. So far, 2 finishes racked up around the southern side, right next to Metaninja. It does not feel too good, does not look too good either. One of them has to get eliminated right here, right now. Either Metaninja or H4K. And there's going to be a fight proven up soon. Metaninja is definitely having evil intentions against H4K, while H4K, I don't think they even know that Metaninja is going to try to make that pounce against him. They don't have proper intel against Metaninja, and that's the concern.
Well, with the zone closing in play, Well, intel or not, they've got to make a quick decision. Crossing the road is going to be a big problem here, but for Genesis, they've been keeping their heads down low for quite some time. But it seems like they're not looking to try and cross the road first. They are going to try and capitalize on those compounds on the south side here to catch a couple of new stragglers before they actually cross the road. Knowing that Reckoning already has prime position in center, I guess that's the game plan for Genesis, especially being on this end of the stage of the zone, where gunshots is just flying across here. Seems like mistakes was made. Hunter's actually getting knocked here by Reckoning. And Meta Ninja now getting pushed by H4K.
Yeah. And Meta Ninja, they've realized maybe it's time to just back away, run away from this spot, and try and straight up just book it against the players of Genesis. That's going to give you the best odds of surviving. And Genesis Esports, they're crumbling apart. Gravity falls down. The IGL is now taken care of. Meta Ninja now, they've got the maximum man advantage inside of the fight as they've got all the players standing. And for the side of Genesis, it's just one person standing. It's going to be Wiper. But I highly doubt his ult's going to be venomous. He does find that first sting. Confirmation maybe still going to be lacking. Another nade tossed out in that same trajectory, and this time it's not going to make a difference. Wiper is also going to be pounced on pretty soon. Wiper now needs to pretty much just close out these duels as soon as possible. He's taken down pretty low. All it's going to take is one single bullet connection. But Wiper, he still refuses to go up as he strikes down another player.
Oh my goodness, Reckoning Esports has been an absolute nuisance here. Finding opportunities and Levi snatching away all those points while they were both fighting. Reckoning Esports has just been making life hell for both Genesis and Meta Ninja. Fierce couldn't really even push up as well. All those pixel small windows being spotted out by Reckoning Esports, and that's the reason why Genesis got dismantled initially. And now Meta Ninja finally realizes why Genesis Esports has been so passive. It's all because Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, too many teams around them just looking directly at this compound. There's just so many little nooks and crannies that are exposed to a lot of threat. And now Wiper once again, pedal to the metal. He's not going to be given up like that. Still wants to shut down the last man of Meta Ninja, and Genesis Esports eventually, they evaporate into thin air. Meta Ninja, they survive the wrath. But is the fight done yet? That's the question.
Well, seems like we have to put that at a pause here on the west side. Proton getting scouted out by Revenant X-Punk. And Divine Gaming pushes up close and personal. They have been pinned by Revenant X-Punk for the longest time. At this time, they will bite back. It seems like Revenant X-Punk may have ran out of ammunition, zoning on top of the hill for the longest time. That's why they've decided to back off. And that was the timing here for Divine Gaming to push up. H4K also realizing the biggest threat here is Reckoning Esports right in the middle. Seems like they were the tabletoppers for a reason. Best performing map in the map in Miramar in the hands of Reckoning. And they're giving us a little bit of masterclass right now.
Gaming, there we go, those damage. It's definitely chipping away too much HP on Victor Sumis. But considering the players are too far away, getting anything is going to be impossible. They aren't able to do some critical amount of damage. While Divine Gaming, they're also thinking of repositioning themselves inside of the circle. Omega is in the circle, but he's just around the edges. Divine Gaming is playing for the map control. The only team right now in the circle with a supreme spot is going to be Reckoning Esports. But the problem is going to be the man number.
Ooh, it is going to be a tough spot here. They do have the man numbers, though. It's just that, do they have the ammunition, considering how much they have been firing the way down south? We haven't caught a glimpse on towards that. But this time, there is going to be a lot of teams going to be slamming their way through. H4K already making their first move for now. Revenant Xbox next to continue. They only have 2 players. Trace and Ninja still a little bit hesitant to push up. And for some reason, Reckoning Esports being in the center, that's not really a good spot to work with, but for some reason, they've made it work.
Indeed. And if you look at the map, even H4K is now on the move. Trying to make it in the zone. Oh no, this is not the ideal choice of vehicle. It's going to blow up pretty soon. It's literally smoking H4K. The man trying to advance in the zone, but now even he's catching too much hurt upon himself. It's Victor Sumis inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Visser as well trying to close in towards his teammate, but too many shots against him. Revenant X-Park, they unfortunately he's out of the body, and that's going to be Trace taken care of. Revenant X-Park, they're definitely going to be mad about that one.
Yeah, at the same time, Ninja is able to find a trade as well. Shadow 7 left behind there, gets picked off, and now Fierce He is going to go for a slam, but the moment he got in the vehicle, Ninja finds him slacking in the front seat, takes him out. That is going to be a clutch here from Ninja Jot to survive the ordeal, but 5 teams remaining. He's getting fired back. He needs to reposition, and he will be able to do so. But on the east side, Victor Summers having a little bit of difficulty here with H4K.
Victor Summers for the 3-man squad. They're just getting troubled by H4K, and for H4K, it's just Naughty standing. Oh no, he needs to be careful. Too many teams from the side of Victor Summers. They might just do a lot of damage, and the players now finally find the angle, and that's going to be the elimination of H4K from this game. But they still got away with a decent amount of points. It was not a terrible game. Divine Gaming, now it's time for them to actually make the entrance in the fight. They need to show who are the real bosses. Reckoning Esports, these 3 players next to each other. For them, Divine Gaming is definitely going to be a major threat.
High grounds in favor of Divine Gaming. And they do have the angles to work with. Now the counter needs from Reckoning Esports to try and scare them off. It's going to actually do so. They are a little bit afraid to push up, knowing that if they overextend this, Victor Summers is going to shoot them from the other side of the map. So it is going to be a temporary stalemate with Reckoning Esports pinned between 2 teams thus far. They do have this very, very nice small little ridge to work with, but technically one well-placed name from Divine Gaming is going to completely wipe the floor with Reckoning Esports. A very unorthodox pit stop for Reckoning Esports has somehow worked out for them this entire game.
The circle has been shifting on top of them over and over again. And Reckoning Esports, all they needed to do was just take shots around them and scoop up those elimination points that lied in the open. And they did that. They might just not have a lot of elimination points, but it's still enough to get that bare minimum and get that momentum in the hands. And right now, Divine Gaming is possessing too much threat. The nade, it's not even going to be close. Needs to find the marker. And then maybe Reckoning Esports can think of doing something, applying that pressure even more on Divine Gaming. As of now, DG is going to be okay. A few smokes lobbed out even from the side of Reckoning Esports to advance a little bit closer to the players of Divine Gaming so that they can toss more utilities.
But look at the minimap. Victor Summers has decided to split up the forces here with 2 down south and 2 down north. And guess what? They may have made the mistake here. Finds an off angle from Slug. As Scary Jaw gets taken out, they may have just lost the entire defense. And Ninja Jaw, this is prime time to strike right now.
Yeah, but still, even the full movement from the back, Ninja Jaw might just not be able to squeeze out a lot of value. There's going to be too much pressure on the man. Divine Gaming still driving around the fray. And the man from Revenant X Park is already taking too much damage. Ninja Jaw eliminated from the game by the blue. Unfortunate circumstances the man was put in. But Divine Gaming against the boys of Victor Summers. Who's going to come out on top? Divine Gaming was able to thread the needle. They found the first knock, but Viet's now recover. And the moment I say so, Knight's able to find the second knock as well. Scary Jaw's out in the open. He's already taken too much damage. And Scary Jaw was on the verge of falling down. Reckoning Esports, they lose out on 2 crucial men. That leaves Reckoning Esports with just 1 man. Divine Gaming, they know it's their world. And every single foe currently in the lobby is just living in it.
Goodness. Mafia, last man standing, getting spotted out as well. Tries to sidestep his way through, eventually goes down. Omega falling as well. It is now down to a 2v3. And Reckoning Esports now still has the high ground, but they are on the edge of the zone. They're completely boxed in, and Nice got them completely pinned. But Divine Gaming will clutch the winner chicken dinner, cleaning out the entire lobby itself.
A clinical and a tactical game secured by Divine Gaming. Even though the positional advantage was in the hands of Reckoning Esports, they had the smack center for the longest. Divine Gaming held down the northern side with a wide spread and got this chicken dinner. Nicely done. They were just mopping the floor around the northern side, mopped up every single team that stood in their path, and now look at them. A massive and a solid chicken dinner. This is what you like to see. But you know what? Speaking of the mess-ups, we saw a bit of a mess-up coming through from Nebula Esports. We also saw a bit of a mess-up coming through from Revenant X Park. They were there in the final few moments, but still expected a lot more.
Yeah, at the same time, we did see a little bit of mess-up from Genesis as well. Even OG taking a little bit of tumble here. The bottom 4 is going to be unpredictable as of yet. But with Divine Gaming getting a chicken dinner this game, that gives them the shot to retain their spot in the top 12 itself by the end of this week itself. So this is a great start here from Divine Gaming. We've seen them being a powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with all year last year, but this time they're finally back.
Yeah, they're finally back, and it seems like they're back in form. But I really hope that they're able to maintain this form in the upcoming games and in the upcoming days as well, because we have seen Divine Gaming crumble. We have seen them switching their playstyle a little bit more, since they like to play it a bit more defensive, a bit more passive. But I really do want Divine Gaming to play with the same aura. I want them to play with the same aggression.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, this game, teams that actually took a little bit of tumble as well, saw one of the dominating teams here for the first 2 weeks, now also taking a little bit of tumble. Just could not find a way to push into the zone here. But it's just a hunch, it's just an intuition. It feels like they've studied OG. That's what I'm feeling right now. I hope I'm wrong, but we shall see in game number 3 later on. But for now, Divine Gaming, MVP here, is going to be stuck here with 3 finishes. Wow.
Oh my god, look at the damage. He's only got 3 finishes, fine. The conversion wasn't exactly there, but the damage number, that's what's insane. 1,043 damage dished out by Slug all by himself. You've also got Mafia from Victor Sumas getting 4, Rage God as well getting 3, then Levi coming through from Reckoning Esports with 3, and Trace God from the side of Revenant X-Park getting 3 for himself. Not a lot of finishes on the panel in general, but you do see that sheer aggression. You do see that prowess in these players.
I think it just shows you the difference between how the lobby kind of looked like, right? Like everybody was just getting knocked left, right, front, and center. They just couldn't find space. But Slut, he was able to find 3 finishes. But I think why he's on the top here is because number 1, he's got the damage, but he's got 4 knocks. So basically, he has been making life miserable for a lot of teams. And I'm talking about Vasista Esports. I'm talking about Revenant X Park as well, who has been sitting on a high horse on the west side as well. It is kind of split, but if he is the MVP from this game with 3 finishes, it just says that how many of these points is actually split off between all 16 teams.
I know, right? The stats are so spread apart, and that just tells you that the lobby is so technical that every single team right now possesses a caliber to do anything in the lobby. And that's what the best part about it is. That's what Group A is all about. We expected that Team Tumblers might do good in this game. No, that was not the case. Genesis Esports as well now is starting to fumble the ball. It's not looking great for them. Even Meta Ninja is not able to do too good. At least they were able to secure a few points, but a few points is not going to be enough if Meta Ninja wants to keep themselves in a fighting chance.
Yeah, and even for H4K, surprisingly enough, they were able to adapt on the fly of the situation here, considering how difficult the lobby is, and they were able to give Victoria Summers a run for their money. But I'm curious to see how many points they actually got. But let's talk about this final finale as well. We didn't really catch on this glimmer of why Reckoning Esports didn't really push out. It seems like based on the replay, they were out of ammunition to take that fight against Divine Gaming.
That's just quite unfortunate. Match rankings now popping up on the screen. DG getting 20 points. Victor Sumas as well getting 13 points. VS has been really consistent. Reckoning Esports as well getting 10. Revenant X-Park getting 9 for themselves. H4K with 7. Meta Ninja getting 6 points. 5 points per game is the average you were supposed to hold. And right now, Meta Ninja is definitely doing a phenomenal job in that. Welt Esports getting 5 points, but in the first game, they only got 1 point. And that's where the main concern lies. Now, Welt Esports, they need to compensate for the previous game itself in the upcoming one.
Yeah, in the bottom half as well, Nebula Esports only getting 4 points here despite a chicken dinner in the previous game, but Seoul only getting 3 points this game has put them on the back seats here. And Seven Gods with 2 points, also, great run here, top 2 finish in the previous game, now also taking a little bit tumble. Genesis with only 2 points this game out of the previous one with only 1 point. Wildfangs with 2, Vasista with 1, White Walkers with 0, and OG again getting completely flopped out here. 0 points in this game. This is not what I was expecting out of OG.
I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of surprises in the overall standings itself. And look at that bottom 4. You're going to be seeing Weld, White Walkers, Genesis Esports, and OG once again around that block. This seems like week 1 all over again, right? Inside of the week 1, we had Genesis Esports and OG in the bottom 4, and OG in the latter 3 games pulled off a comeback. But Genesis Esports failed, and that's why they were demoted to Group B. I really hope Genesis Esports this time will be able to mount a comeback, but even Seoul is now in a concerning spot. What happened to them?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I mentioned it as well. I'm just putting it out there. Seoul is studying OG. That's what I'm feeling right now. Game 1 was very apparent. Game 2, okay. First knock was actually Aru. So, is it going to happen again in Game 3? I don't know, man.
I just hope while studying, Seoul does not lose their form. That's all I'm going to hope.
Yeah, agreed.
Because in the span of 2 games, just getting 6 points, it's not really up to the Seoul standards. I hope in the last game, Seoul does something great, something incredible, and we see a massive chicken dinner from them directly propelling themselves on the first spot. And if that does happen, then you're right. They were probably trying to get a smoke against OG. They were probably trying to keep OG down in the slumbers.
Yeah, it could happen here, but we have to wait for the next game to actually find out, is it going to be happening happening here for them. But currently they are on the hot seat. Will they bounce back? Well, we got to stick around to find out here because we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break.
অফসাইড অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
ভাই কোথায় হবে আমার জায়গা সব লোক লাইন में खड़े শুন
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লাভে টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
KKR का swag now in Battlegrounds.
I'm a conqueror.
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
अयो मच्छर रिवाइव बन
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
नो यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग चुप गाइस मच्छा
क्या कर रहे हो यार
நீங்க ஏதாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்க நாளடா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी
मस्त बच्चा
अयो साला
यस येलो आर्मी ब्रो
सी लैंग्वेज இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे बंदे बंदे
come on அவன சொல்லுடா
come on man nice shot man
well played guys bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
now we don't need call outs just whistle podu
BGMI லாடு whistle போடு
Welcome back after that short break. Now it's I Super Johnny with me on the panel, and just one final game remains for the day, and even for this entirety of the Group A today itself, which means after completing this game, they're going to be playing the first 3 games itself, which also means that we will be almost done with these teams, and they will be done with the 50% of their matches. And looking at the overall standings, looking at the latter half of the board, it's just a concerning thing right now. You're seeing Seoul right there. You're also seeing Genesis Esports being a part of it. And once again, it feels like week 1 all over again. Instead, Seoul wasn't a part of it.
I think it's worse than week 1 because even Team Tamilas are not in the top 8 of the overall leaderboard. They're sitting 9th. So first week's overall leaderboard, it seems like it's been completely turned on its head. OG sitting 16th in the ranking, something we did not expect. And that previous game, it did not make things any better for these teams that are still struggling. Divine Game and Security Chicken, I think, gives them that early momentum to work with. But this last map of Miramar is very important for teams that you mentioned. Genesis, OG, Seoul, Weld, all of these teams sitting on the second page need to find those points to recover. But let's see how the story unfolds. We have the last map on our screens, the map of Miramar, and this time we have the flight path, which is going to be a centric one, starting from the Oasis up north, and it's going to end towards Partona down
Johnny,
south.
this time even Team Tamilas isn't doing too good.
Yeah,
they're struggling a bit too much. In the span of 2 games, they've only managed to acquire 10 points. That's going to be the average of 5 points per game. It's understandable. That's more than enough to keep yourself safe. But is that really what you expect from the standards of Team Tamila, especially with the way they've been performing in the first 2 weeks?
Not really, I think. And again, as I mentioned, this is what I started with. The table toppers of the first 2 weeks are not even in the top 8. Difference is not really that much in the overall leaderboard right now. So hopefully with Team Tamilas, if they can secure like a 20-pointer, they should be comfortable inside of the top 4. But that is just a big what-if situation. We don't know how this match is going to turn out. We still see them sticking around on that plane, and I think are going to exit this flight extremely late. We do see a cluster forming in, well, towards the north of La Benedita, and it seems like this time Revenant X Park, they do end up getting that early breathing room. No clash against the players of Vasista Esports, and Vasista, they are also struggling, so it's no surprise that they're not going for that early fight.
But it's kind of weird, though. Revenant X Park is the one to avoid that drop clash, right? Even though they were the one to win those over and over again against Vasista Esports. Revenant X Park has always had the upper hand against Vasista.
Yeah.
But for some reason, just forfeiting that entire spot away, I'm not a big fan of that. Revenant X Park should go for the drop clash.
They've still gone for Picado.
What?
Revenant X Park.
No, dude.
Well,
they're around Minas Gerais graveyard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just north of graveyard. My apologies. I thought they were going to head there, but kind of an early, awkward exit, I guess.
Yeah.
And Vasista Esports also just end up moving towards, well, the northwest of Los Leones.
They are in Picado right now.
Yeah.
And speaking of Los Leones, you've got Team Tumula's Wild Fangs next to each other in the proximity. Team Tumula's and Wild Fangs, will they cross paths? That's my question. What? Sujil! Oh my god! A vehicle just passed right next to him. And he's still alive, by the way. Did not even break a sweat, did not even move a single muscle. He knew if he stays alive, his team is going to be out of danger.
Well, he just has to thank his stars that he did not get spotted out over there. Things could have just gotten worse for H4K. It seems like Reckoning Esports, just with the basic loot, are just charging forward. Wizard has spotted out numbers against him in no way. No magic trick can make him disappear from the crosshairs of Reckoning Esports.
I mean, we saw Sujil surviving that, and now this happens. He barely survived, and H4K should have learned that lesson. They should not have messed up with Reckoning Esports and stuff. When look at that, another man from H4K. They're just out in the open. What is H4K even doing? What are they even thinking?
Also, apparently, it's not just Reckoning Esports that's picking away off the players of H4K. Noddy up north got shut down by the side of Seven Gods Esports, so that 4-man widespread drop in the middle of nowhere going for the smaller compounds does not really work out too well for H4K. As soon as the game begins, the one man that somehow by a miracle avoided getting run over is the only man surviving for the side of H4K. There he is, Sujal on a run for his life.
One last man. We all know how exactly Sujil survived. He was in that little bush trying to pretend that he was the one who was the bush. But now looking at Sujil running for his life, it does not feel good. H4K is going to try to play it as passive as possible. And now, with things not exactly their way, they have to play it extremely passive, especially Sujil. Man, oh man, you cannot imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on his shoulder. It's also the last game of the day. And we all know Group A is going to be completing 50% of their matches today itself. Tomorrow is going to be the last day for the Week 3. So the pressure right now is going to be all-time high on H4K.
Yeah, it's not just them. H4K at least did just get promoted to this group. So even if they somehow manage to stick around inside of Group A, they're going to be happy with it. I think more pressure on the players of Genesis, OG, Welt, who are still there in the bottom four. Genesis and Welt having somehow managed to get promoted back to Group A from Group B. And not a great start to their journey. This, as we mentioned, I mean, Week 3, you have to try and end yourself in a preferable group. Otherwise, Week 4 is just playing for placements.
Looking at the zone once again. So at least one thing is clear. Wild Fangs and Team Tumulas are not going to be locking horns. Seven Gods is moving a little bit around the boys of Assista Esports. Definitely moving a little bit closer. But once again, I don't think they're going to be locking horns either. Assista Esports is going to be having a safe exit outside of Picado. Smooth sailing. I really do want to know what sort of conversation Revenant X Park had with their coaches. But it definitely feels like Revenant X Park did not really want to lose even that one single player in the initial fight.
Pretty much, but now reset is going to be forced on the players of Revenant X Park. I think that early breathing room, we'll have to see how it works out for this new roster of Revenant X Park. But before that, a little bit of a recap of how things went down for H4K. And that's a long distance spray with the red dot as well. Quite unfortunate Naughty got picked off over there.
I mean, you just really start to question yourself. Why was H4K so uncoordinated?
Yeah, just all over the place on the initial drop.
And it's not even like they're inside of the compounds. They're just out in the open, waiting to be slaughtered. And Reckoning Esports was just casually driving by. They found those two players, instantly eliminated them. Not learning from the lessons, and that's what has really costed them. For Seven Gods Esports, in my opinion, this is probably one of the most surprising teams in this entire group. We never expected them to perform such a way, but right now their performance is incredible.
Yeah, Mooksh, Ninja, Rexboy, they've been quite phenomenal. And I think in Group A, as we spoke about it last week, we're talking about again this week, it's just okay to stick around. You don't have to finish in the top 4, you don't have to finish in the top 8. All you have to do is just finish in the top 12. Don't end up in the bottom 4, don't end up getting relegated. And I think Seven Gods, they have been making it work, at least so far in the 1 week after their promotion happened. But Divine Gaming, it seems like an unfortunate turn of events. The chicken dinner in the previous match, not a great start to their journey in this Miramar, as Snug becomes the first casualty from the side of Divine Gaming.
It's such a classic curse, right? The moment you get a chicken dinner in one game, the next game you're just going to be spoiled. And that's what's happening right now. Divine Gaming's game's already spoiled. Revenant X Park on top of his peak, spraying down anyone that tries to get close. Divine Gaming already with a casualty on their hands. Now converting this game just gets next to impossible. With a 3-man squad, they need to execute a passive game, but Divine Gaming is well known in doing that.
Yeah. As you mentioned, they are very well known in just keeping things as calm as possible. Not a lot of action, especially in the early stages from the side of Divine Gaming. The only problem is, Bird at any point is become the center of attraction for the teams up north. Soul is also there, present towards the north of DG, and Meta Ninja towards the west. But Wild Fangs on our screens, as you mentioned a few moments ago, we saw them in Los Leones, now looking to exit the city completely. They are looking to move into the fields of La Benedita, but problems in the form of Team Tamilas and Genesis Esports being there. And Welt with a very late rotation from the backlines could be an unpleasant surprise for Wild Fangs.
The next circle shift is also going to be important, Johnny.
Yeah.
Is it going to be shifting on top of that cluster? Yes, it's going to be the answer. Shifting down south on top of Los Leones and also that cluster. So many teams around the centric part. Team Tamilas, Fasista Esports, even OG is going to be part of it. Wild Fangs, Genesis Esports around the outskirts. And then you've got a lot of teams just outside of the circle. Meta Ninja being one of them. And speaking of Meta Ninja, right now, right against the players of Soul. Trying to fade away. Those shots not exactly precise for Knuckle. It seems like he's already got the barrier set up. And he's going to run in the open arms of Knuckle. Confirmations instantly falling away. Meta Ninja, how do they start and break apart like this?
That's the same question that I'm thinking to myself right now, because we just saw one man from the side of Meta Ninja. Shadow just showed up out of nowhere, ends up giving his life to the players of Soul as well. And now Meta Ninja are stuck playing on the back foot. 2 players remaining, not a lot of room for them to work with. They make a mad dash for the center of the circle, but as we saw a few moments ago on the map, there's a massive cluster already waiting for them on the other side. It's not going to be easy.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Soul is just so brilliant with these execution.
Yeah.
Knuckle was already right there in the front, setting up a barricade. And the moment that Meta Ninja tried to back away, Knuckle was just spraying him down. And at that point, he just got to feel bad, because they were just running like headless chickens. You cannot even fight back in that scenario. From the back, you've got 3 players shooting at you. From the front, there's 1 man, and you're only 2 players trying to back away.
Oh, but look at Team Tamilas, though. Week 3, not really off to a great start for them. Just 10 points from the first 2 games, as we mentioned. Mr. IGL knocked out in this fight against Wild Fangs as well, but Justy should be able to get the revive going. I would sense he's way too close for comfort over here. Doesn't have anywhere to go, but and seem to... Well, it's possible to try and catch the players of Team Tamilas off guard.
Team Tamilas. Looking down everywhere. Collecting intel, collecting info. Meta Ninja. With only a 2-man squad, you see that 1 man isolated, separated. But I feel like this is one of those moments where they need to play together. Reckoning Esports on the screen, all the way back in the blue. Even they're trying to pull off a rotation, Johnny. Reckoning Esports, they will find a clear breaching point, but not a good slot inside of the circle. That's the problem.
Yeah, they just have to play from the edge. There's no other option available for them. And it's been a very slow early rotation, early game rotation from the players of Reckoning Esports, tanking almost entirety of the damage of Stage 2. And Stage 3 is when we finally see them be a part of the circle. If the circle doesn't take a shift towards the west, then Reckoning Esports, they're going to be forced to stay on the move. But fortunately, this time for Reckoning Esports, the circle favors them ever so slightly, and they will be allowed to just find a spot to work with towards the edge, just stay back, heal up, and then look for any position of cover they want to move in.
It seems like Vasista Esports are literally the zone magnet. Once again, the circle just shifting in their direction.
I was just about to say that when we saw the Stage 2 shift, because I want to ask you this. We have seen Vasista consistently do well if they are favored by the zone. In matches where they are proactively required to rotate are the ones where we see Vasista taking an early exit. So this could very well be their game.
But you know what, Johnny? Recently, Vasista Esports has improved by a lot. We are seeing them take those fights, and that's probably one of the biggest improvements. And since they've also got such a stacked lineup, they're actually winning those fights as well. And that is one of those changes we've been asking from Hector for the longest.
Yeah.
Since he was playing so defensive with this lineup, they were not even able to secure that many points that were needed to actually put themselves in those good spots. But the moment they started taking those fights, all the shortages of points, it's now compensated. Team Tamalas, I'm going to be worried about them right now. Because in the first couple of weeks, teams were not exactly caring about playing this sweaty. But right now in the week 3, things are way too sweaty.
For sure. I think everyone's just try-harding their best. And of course, why not? Every single promotion gives you something to look forward to. If you are in Group D, promotion means safety for the survival stages. If you are in C, promotion means an opportunity to be able to fight for the semifinals. And for Group A, all you got to do, as we mentioned, just stick around in the top 12 and you get an opportunity in the last week to fight for a direct spot in the grand finals. That has never happened before, if I'm correct.
And you know what, Johnny? You know what? Yes, I do believe that grand finals are probably going to be the most important thing. That's what everyone is eyeing out for. So from the Group A, as you mentioned, the top 8 directly heads on towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
But you know what I was trying to focus on was Seoul. The moment they start taking business seriously, look at them playing so well. It's like everyone is just well-oiled. They're just coordinating so well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the problem, right? You look at the roster and the teams that are there inside of Group A, and it's very difficult to tell who's going to fall apart and who will be the one dominating the lobby. Team Tamilas, for example. Who would have thought 2 weeks in a row we're going to see top-tier performance from Team Tamilas? And even right now, 7 gods, really unpredictable inside of this group.
Johnny, look, I agree Team Tamilas has been playing really good.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away the credit from them. But let's agree with this fact as well, that since it was just 2 weeks at the start, and it was quite the opening week as well, and inside of the Group A, there's not really enough motive and intention for the teams to try hard. For Team Tamilas to dominate, it got even more easier.
I mean, but it's still a competition, right? Everyone's expected to try hard.
I mean, yes, teams were trying hard maybe in the first week, and Team Tamilas did really good there. But I still believe, man, there's not enough incentive for the teams to actually try hard. And right now as well, they just need 5 points per game to avoid that bottom 4.
I think if you're looking for incentive, then we need to go back and check in with the team that is still there in Group B from Group A. We just left one behind. 3 were able to bounce back.
Yeah. And speaking of incentive, right now, Genesis Esports have got every single one in the world.
Yeah, not heading back to Group B.
Yeah, they need to push themselves outside of that bottom 4. No matter what, you do not want to be relegated, my boy. But as of now, Seoul, Johnny, look at this. Seoul is getting crashed on. And this does not seem like it's a good look at all. Revenant X-Park is actually just turning the odds in their own favor and somehow converting this fight. Goblin, the only man left alive. We were just talking about how Seoul and how well coordinated they were. But now this happens to them.
You said that they were well coordinated. I said we can never say what's going on with these teams. Then, again, this is the exact reason why. Very unpredictable. Seoul, yeah, well coordinated at one moment. And the very next moment, they are forced to take a 1v3 against Revenant X-Park for some reason.
Revenant X-Park is just so good. This is what happens when you do not have an IGL.
When it's
and you've
four assaulters.
only got 4 assaulters with straight up raw firepower. And you know what they did? They did not even think twice. They just straight up took their vehicles in between Team Soul and wiped them out. That's what you call maximum aura Farby.
Hey, but let's see if they are able to survive this onslaught from the players of Genesis, though. And it's going to be an instant third party. Revenant X-Park, they have found a reset opportunity. The HP bars are quite decent, but Genesis in a position from where they can actually lob a lot of utility, put pressure on the players of Revenant X-Park. Ninja needs to be cautious. Still alive, still surviving, but the HP bars on the players of Revenant X-Park are not looking too good, Necro.
Hunter just taking down low himself, and even Blue's going to be doing too much damage. Revenant X-Park is also falling apart. But there is also a third party coming through from the sidelines. Revenant X-Park eliminated from the game. You know what, Johnny? I'm the curse. It's me. The moment I say something good about the team, they're just getting wiped out.
Yeah, first it was Soul, now it was Revenant X-Park. Incredible firepower gets destroyed by the team that's sitting 15th. Well, they move up to the 13th now. Welcome to Group A, everyone.
I know, right? Expect the unexpected, my friends. Well, T-Sports. Oh, taking those shots on Genesis. But you gotta feel bad for Revenant X-Park. There was also LT Sports constantly shooting at them while they were trying to take this fight.
That is true, and but I think that would have...
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly. This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, play responsibly. Watch out! Watch out! This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
Let's fight together.
நான் விளையாண்டுக்கிறேன்.
Let's fight together.
முடிச்சிட்டாரு போ.
It is showtime.
அங்க பாரு அம்மா கூப்பிடுது. தங்கம். இதுல போடுப்பா. நான் வரேன்போ. நான் இது விளையாட்டு வரேன்போ. இது முடிச்சுட்டு வரேன்போ. ஏய் என்னடி பண்ற? இவனை ஒழுங்கா தூங்க வை.
Awesome. Please recall me. Got it. Please recall me. Please recall me. Got it. Got it. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Awesome.
அம்மா கூப்பிடுது பாரு, அம்மா கூப்பிடுது பாரு. விளாடுற சொட்டு ஆய் ஆய் வந்துருச்சான், ஓடியாடா கூலி. கோடி கூடி போடுது.
அது மொத்தம் பையன் எடுத்துக்கிடுவா, எடுத்துட்டு வந்து எடுத்து போய்
Awesome. Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Please recall me. Got it.
चार्जर यार लगी हुई बहुत
தூங்குவடி சண்டி பண்றான் சண்டை
Awesome. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Fall back to safe zone.
லொகேஷன் பார்த்தேன். முன்னாடி போனா டேஞ்சர், முன்னாடி போனா டேஞ்சர்.
बचाओ!
इस गरीब की कोई सहायता करो। ये घटना
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I got 5 eliminations just now.
எல்லா மதத்துக்கும் பொதுவாக தான் பேசுறேன். இந்து சமயத்தை பத்தி இந்து மதத்துக்கு மட்டும் நான் பேசல. அனைத்து மதங்கள் எந்த மதத்திலையும் இந்த மாதிரி ஜாதி இது சில விஷயங்கள் பிரிச்சு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுதான் நான் கண்டிச்சு பேசுறேன்.
லொகேஷன் பார்த்தேன். லொகேஷன் பார்த்தேன். லொகேஷன் பார்த்தேன். லொகேஷன் பார்த்தேன்.
எங்க நாக்கு
கவர் கவர் நம்பர் 3
Hey,
nice.
Tuk.
Drop.
பெரிய மயில் மாதிரி அழுத்தா வரும் போலீஸ் சட்டையை போட்டுக்க ஃபீலிங்ஸ் கொடுடா
It's safe here. Save me.
எங்க ப்ரோ இனிமே எங்க ப்ரோ மார்க் வச்சுடு பார்த்துட்டோம் ப்ரோ எங்க இருக்கான்ற மறந்து போய் ஆடுகிறேன்
Help. Help.
மார்க் ஐ ப்ரோ எங்க ப்ரோ இருக்கான் ப்ரோ மார்க் ஐ ப்ரோ எங்க ப்ரோ இருக்கான் முரளி ப்ரோ
முன்னாடி போனா டேஞ்சர்.
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall
ரீகால் பண்ணி
you.
விடு ப்ரோ தேவையில்லாத ப்ரோ வேற நல்லா ஏறிட்டேன் மாலியை போட்டு விட்டோம் வேஸ்டா போச்சு
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
கார் எதாவது நிற்குதா ப்ரோ? கார்
நிக்குதா?
கார் எதாவது இருக்கான்னு கேட்டேன் ப்ரோ. இந்த
இல்ல
சைடு
இல்ல இந்த சைடு எதுவும் இல்ல.
பைக் இருக்கு.
லொகேஷன் பாத்து
இருக்கு ப்ரோ இருக்கு.
சாப்பிடு ப்ரோ. ஸ்கோப் மட்டும் வாங்கிக்கிறேன். enemy போல.
उधर दे.
enemy.
போலாம் ப்ரோ.
முன்னாடி போனா டேஞ்சர்.
There's an ambush. Play it safe.
அடிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
ஒருத்தன் தான் அடிச்சிட்டான்.
மொட்டை மாடில இருந்தா
ரீகால் பண்ணிருக்கான். ரீகால் பண்ணா வீட்ல ஒருத்தர் இருப்பான். வாங்க அவன்கிட்ட போலாம். ஐயால
उधर देख.
நான் மார்க் பண்றேன் பாருங்க.
இதை படுத்துன்னுக்கிறான் பாரு. சைக்கிள் அது.
லொகேஷன் பாத்து
ரொட்டேட் பண்ணுங்க.
Number 2 east on 122. Why?
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ.
சாப்பிடு ப்ரோ. சாப்பிடு. பாட்டு. சாப்பிடு ப்ரோ. ஸ்கோப் வாங்கிக்கலாம்.
லொகேஷன் பார்த்து கார்னியரே
சேர் ஏட்டன் போட்டுன்னு உட்காந்து பாரு.
அப்படியே ரன்னிங்ல எடுத்துக்கலாம். முடிஞ்சா சும்மா போடு.
ஏறு bro, ஏறு bro. டேய் இவங்கள வச்சுன்னா டேய் பைத்தியமே இவ்வளவு நேரம் லூட் அடிக்காரா ப்ரோ? ஃபியூல் கேன் எடுத்துக்கலாம் ப்ரோ. ஃபியூல் கேன் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு இடமே இல்லையே. ஃபியூல் கேன் போட்டோம். அநியாயத்துக்கு லூட் அடிக்கிறான் ப்ரோ. ஃபியூல் போட்டு விடு ப்ரோ. எடுத்து போட்டு விடு. போலாமா நம்ம?
வண்டியில நான் போவோம்.
उधर मार मार ரீகால் இருந்து ஓடி வரோம்.
முன்னாடி
கால் சத்து
ஸ்மோக் 3 நம்பர்.
நன்றி.
இவன் ஹேக்கர் தலைவரே.
நன்றி.
இவன் ஹேக்கர்.
யாரு?
நன்றி.
யாரு?
இவன் தான் நம்பர் 3.
போடா போட்ட.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ
வரானுங்க வர.
ஸ்ப்ரே பத்தியல.
வத பி ஸ்ப்ரே பி.
அந்த ஸ்ப்ரேக்கெல்லாம் நாக்கே விட மாட்டோம். நம்மளுக்கே கதை விடலாம் பத்தியா இல்லையா?
ஹெட்ல கூட கனெக்ட் ஆகல.
தூக்கம் இல்லையா? ஒக்கா தூங்கிட்டாளா? உள்ள போய் படு, நான் வெளியே படுப்பேன்.
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I got the hawk-eyed medal. It is showtime.
ये आउटफिट मेरे इन्वेंटरी में क्या कर रहा था अभी तक मालूम ही नहीं पड़ा इतना बढ़िया आउटफिट है कहाँ से
Let's fight
ப்ரோ ப்ரோ வெளியே
together.
வா ப்ரோ வெளியே வா வெளியே வா வெளியே வா வெளியே வா டக்குன்னு வெளியே வா
யா ப்ரோ வெளியே வர சொன்னேன்.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணு 4 இருந்துச்சு அதான்.
ஒரே ஒரே நிமிஷம் நான் அவளை சொல்லிட்டு வரேன் நான் அவளை சொல்றேன்
சரி 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 ம் இறங்கலாம் இறங்கலாம் ம் போடு
இந்த ஒரே நிமிஷம் ப்ரோ. அடிக்குங்க.
வந்தா கொடுத்தப்பல அக்செப்ட் பண்ண முடியலையே. ப்ரொமோஷன் மேட்ச் எதுவும் போட்டிருக்கீங்களா?
ப்ரமோஷன் மேட்ச் ஆன் வச்சிருப்பீங்க நினைக்கிறேன்.
இந்த ரெக்வயர்மென்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணி வைங்க.
பண்ணியாச்சு
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணு ப்ரோ ஸ்பைடி.
தண்ணி பண்ணா
காத்தே விழுந்துடி
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please
Good luck,
play in
mates.
moderation, take frequent breaks,
Yaar,
and
mic
play
arrange.
responsibly.
Yeah, Mike.
नंबर ऑन माइक करेंगे यार और
ஃப்ரெண்டு தான் ப்ரோ. டொரண்டோ ஃப்ரெண்டு தான்.
Good luck, mates.
நேத்து எனக்கு இன்வைட் கொடுத்தியோ?
ஆமா
நேத்து கொஞ்சம் வேலை இருந்துச்சு. நான் லைவ் போடுறாப்பே வாங்க. லைவ்லயே போயிட்டு இருக்கு.
ஃப்ரைடே ப்ரோ லைவ் போடுறீங்க. நீங்க ஓபன்
லைவ்ல தான் ப்ரோ இருக்கேன்.
ஆனா ராஜ்பிரியா நல்ல ட்ரெண்டிங்க. ஐபிஎல் வச்சு காசு பார்த்தான்.
காசு பார்த்தான். ஐபி காரன் காசு பார்த்தானு இல்ல, ராஜ்பிரி நல்லா பார்த்தான் காசு.
இவன்ப்பா நல்லா பார்த்துட்டான். அவங்க எப்படி எங்கெல்லாமோ கெஸ்டாலாம் கூப்பிடுறாங்க இவனை.
எல்லா பக்கம் கூட வச்சாங்க அவனை.
என்ன அது
கண்ணுக்கு இதாக மாட்டேங்கிறா, கண்ணு ஸ்டிச் ஆக மாட்டேங்கிறா. என்ன அது?
Awesome. Thanks.
ஏன் ப்ரோ பிரச்சனைக்கு போறீங்க?
நல்ல அடி மிஸ் ஆயிட்டானா, ஒரு நாக்கு வச்சிருக்கு. Nice one, nice one.
ஓபன் பண்ணிட்டான்.
ஒரு இடம் அங்கே ஓப்பன் ஐடி கார்டு ரொம்ப படுக்கிறேன்.
நாங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் பழக்கமாவே இருக்காங்க. பக்கத்துல தான் இருக்கோம்.
Excellent work.
ஐயோ கேட்ச் போயிருக்கலாம்.
Help.
ஐயோ ஒரு நாக்கு ஒரு தொண்ணூத்தி சீக்கிரம் வாங்க யாராவது ஒரு நாக்கு ஒரு தொண்ணூத்தி வரான் பாரு இங்க வருவான் பாரு நான் பார்த்துரு இங்க பார்த்து நம்பர் பேரு இருக்கான் பாரு வீட்டுக்கு இருக்கான் பாரு
இங்க எனிமி ப்ரோ வராத bro.
இதுல யூஸ் பண்ணி வரணும் யூஸ் பண்ணி வரணும்
2-3 ஸ்குவாடுக்கு இது ப்ரோ வராத ப்ரோ.
కొడుకో ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని ఉన్నాడు వచ్చి
నలకన మురళి
Help.
లాంగ్ అడుస్తాను మొత్తం
Please recall me. Got it.
நான் உனக்கு செத்துட்டேன் ஆ
மேட்ச் போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் முடிச்சிருக்கா
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
വണ്ടി മാർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
கிளாஸும் சரியான டேஞ்சரஸ் ப்ரோ எப்போ அடிச்சிடலாம் ப்ரோ.
ஐயோ இங்கேயே இருக்கானே வேற எங்கேயே போக
எப்போ ஸ்கூலில் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு ஸ்கூலுக்கு போங்க
வச்சுட்டே போறவா
வேணா வேணாம் இருப்பாங்க ப்ரோ
வச்சுட்டே இருப்பாங்க இருக்காங்க. நான் மார்க் பண்ணிருக்கேன் அங்க பக்கம் இருக்காங்க. என்ன பண்ணலாம்?
நான் தான் கத்துக்க போகிறேன்.
கிராங்கரம் போ போ சோலி முடிஞ்சது. அடிச்சு ஓட்டு அடிச்சு ஓட்டு அடிச்சு ஓட்டு அவன் வளைச்சின்னு ஓடுறான். அவன் வளைச்சின்னு ஓட்டான் அந்த பக்கம் அவன் வளைச்சின்னு ஓடுறான் அவன்.
நேரடியாக தான் வந்துட்டு இருந்தா வணக்கம்.
போடு ப்ரோ
சரி,
போடு
அந்த
ப்ரோ இந்த
லூட்
வண்டி
போட்டுடலாம்.
இந்த லூட்டாக்க போடலாம் டப்புன்னு ரீகால் பண்ண ப்ரோ
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
அந்த லூட் ட்ரக்க போடு அப்படியே. அது குறுக்க நிக்காதீங்க போயிடுவேன்.
இப்படி இதால இருக்கணும் டீம்மேட்டுனா எல்லாத்தையும் வெறிக்கிற வேண்டியதான் ஒண்ணு தோடாது போச்சு எல்லா கண்ணையும் தூக்கிட்டோம் ப்ரோ 3x போட்டா எடுத்துக்காங்க
மிச்சம் ஏதாவது மிச்சம் இருக்கா?
இருக்குல்ல ப்ரோ
ஏய் ஏடெக்ஸ்
என்ன bro தொடர்ந்து இருக்கீங்க? ஐயோ
ஏடெக்ஸ் ஆட்ட இருக்கு.
ஒண்ணுமே இல்ல ப்ரோ வண்டியில.
4 பேருக்கு என்ன ப்ரோ யூஸ் ஆகும்
ஏடெக்ஸ்
I got
ஆட்ட
supplies.
ஐடெக்ஸ்.
Awesome.
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
ப்ரோ 116
bro,
ஆமோ
bro,
போட்டிருக்கேன் 116 ஆமோ மொத்தம் 150 ஆமோ 55 இருக்கு இங்க 150 190 இருக்கும்
Awesome.
அப்புறம் இங்க எக்ஸ்டர்ன் மேக் இருக்கு
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
M2 4 தான் மார்க் பண்ணுங்க.
ப்ரோ 50 ஆமோ எக்ஸ்டர்ன் மேக் இருக்கு
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
வந்து எடுத்துக்காங்க ப்ரோ இங்க போட்டிருக்கேன் ப்ரோ
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
நான் எடுத்து
ஆமா
என்கிட்ட டிபிஎஸ் கிடைச்சிச்சு அதான்
I got supplies.
கார் எட்னா ப்ரோ பக்கி வச்சுங்கிறவரு
ஆட்டோ ப்ரோ அப்படியே கார் ப்ரோ.
காயின் யாருக்கான வேணுமா
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
காயின் காயின்
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
எனக்கு வேணும் ப்ரோ என்ன மார்க்
கிளாஸ் பண்ண ஏதாவது பார்த்தா போலாம்.
ரெண்டு ஃபியூல் கன் வச்சிருக்கேன்
अरे बच के रहना रे बाबा तुझ पे नजर है
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
ப்ரோ வாங்க போலாம் நேரம்
பொடியன் சொல்ற கம்மியாக கொடுத்துருக்கோம் ப்ரோ எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டீங்க. எடுத்து வச்சு எல்லாத்தையும் எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டீங்க.
என்கிட்ட சப்ளைஸ் இருக்கு.
எக்ஸ்ட்ரா மேக்லாம் என்கிட்ட இல்ல.
எக்ஸ்டன் நகை எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டீங்க. அந்த கிரிப்ட் எடுத்துட்டீங்க. எடுத்துக்கோங்க. போங்க. எல்லா நேரம் கார்ல உட்காந்துருக்கீங்க. அந்த கட்டி போயிட்டீங்க.
யார் வண்டி வண்டி இருக்கு.
வண்டி இருக்கு.
முன்னில் டேஞ்சர் உண்டு.
இங்க ப்ரோ இது ப்ரோ இங்க செட் பண்ணிடலாம்.
முன்னில் டேஞ்சர் உண்டு.
அவுட் ஜோன் தான் போற இருங்க. ரெட் ஜோனுக்கு அவுட் ஜோன்.
இந்த சைடு வந்தா
Excellent work.
பெட்ரோல் வேற இல்ல.
பெட்ரோல் பார் டிக்கில ஒன்னு போட்டுருக்கேன். போட்டு விடுங்க. ரெண்டு பெட்ரோல் கேன் எடுத்தேன். ஒன்னு கீழே போட்டேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
ലൊക്കേഷൻ മാർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
அப்படி போனா டேஞ்சர்.
அடுத்து எப்பட முடியும்? ஒரு நாளைக்கா?
அந்த ரீகால பாருங்க.
கார் நிக்குது. ஆனா எவனும் இருந்த மாதிரி தெரியல. கார் நிக்குது. ஓபெக்ஸ்ல எவனும் தெரியல. ரெண்டு கார் நிக்குது. ஒரு டேஷ்
எவனுமே இல்ல. ஆனா ரெண்டாவது ரிசல்ட் அந்த வண்டி போகுது.
ஆமா.
லொகேஷன் மார்க் செய்திട്ടുണ്ട്.
இங்க வர ரிட்டர்ன் போறான்.
வரும். வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. ஃப்ரிட்ஜ் தாண்டி வரட்டும். வெயிட்
பின்னாடி
சைடுல எனிமி.
கார்
முன்னில் டேஞ்சர் உண்டு.
போட்டு கார் எடுத்து போய் குத்திரலாம்.
அந்த வீட்டுக்கு வாங்க வாங்க. ஸ்மோக்
முன்னில் டேஞ்சர் உண்டு. முன்னில் டேஞ்சர் உண்டு.
ஸ்மோக் போட்டாச்சு. வாங்க அந்த வீட்டுக்கு போலாம்.
அவன் ஃபைட்
அந்த ஸ்பாட் ஹவுஸ்ல எனிமி.
இது தூங்குற பாத்துக்கலாம்.
லொகேஷன் பாத்தா
வார்த்துட்ட
Awesome.
கை வச்சாச்சா? முரளி நீ எங்க
ஏன் ப்ரோ வெளியே வந்த?
உள்ள வர
நீ எங்க
முடியாது.
முரளி செத்த
அந்த கேப்ல நின்று
தெரியாம சாமி.
முடிஞ்சு
Awesome. Awesome.
ரிவி ஆயிட்டானா? நான் நாக்காச்சோன்னே.
എന്റെ കയ്യിൽ സപ്ലൈസ് ഉണ്ട്.
அடுத்து எங்க போலாம்?
அல்டா ஜெயிச்சானு ப்ரோ. சிஎஸ்கே ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் மேட்ச். இப்போ அவனுக்கு கம்ப்ளீட்.
ஏன் அல்றியே?
லாஸ்ட் சரியான டேஞ்சர் பிளேயர் ப்ரோ சீசன்.
என்னாச்சு? ஏன்?
ஜெயிச்சானு.
ஏன்டா
വണ്ടി മാർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
கூலி கூப்பிட்டா போய் தூங்கு போ. படுத்து தூங்கினா தூக்கம் வரும். அம்மாட்ட பேசுறியா? ஃபோன் பண்ணி தட்டா?
Marked a location.
இந்த இடத்துல வந்துட்டோம்.
அங்க உள்ளவங்க தான் வந்தாங்க நினைக்கிறேன் வண்டியில.
குளத்து மாதிரி ஆள்ற.
ஃப்ரெண்ட் எடுத்துட்டு போனது.
கிளம்பலாமா இருக்கலாமா? இதான்
ஜோனு தான். எங்க போதா?
போறேன்ல அடிக்கிறாங்க.
ஜெயிச்சீங்கன்னா ப்ரோ அசல்ட்டா.
காஸ் பே நல்லா பண்ணுவீங்களா? போலாமா?
Let's fight together.
பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் போட்டாங்க.
கிளாஸ் சரியான டேஞ்சரஸ் பிளேயர் ப்ரோ. அவன் தான மேட்ச் ஜெயிக்க ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அவன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விக்கெட்
அம்மா தூங்கி இருக்கோம்டா. என்ன டைம்? 12 மணி ஆக போகுது.
கெட்ட தனார விட்டாங்க. இவங்க தனார விட்டாங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்கும். ஆனா இவங்க
இந்த ட்ரீஸ் தான் இருக்கும். மாறிடுச்சா?
சரி வை வை. இல்லை நோண்டு, ஃபோன் நோண்டு.
ரெண்டு நிமிஷத்துல ஃபார்ம் இல்லை ப்ரோ. ஆமா
போலாமா ப்ரோ நம்ம?
இப்போ போய் போட்டு போகலாம்.
புரியல.
அவனுமே எங்கேயுமே வந்த மாதிரி இருக்கான். கண்ணுகட்டுற தூரம் வரைக்கும் எவனையும் காணும்.
வருவன் வந்தா மொத்தமா வருவனுங்க இருக்கு 7 பேர்.
போலாமா ப்ரோ?
ஜோன் போட்டோன்னு சொல்லிடலாம்.
5 பேர் இருக்காங்க.
2 பேர் ஜோன்ல செத்து. 2 பேரும் ஜோன்ல செத்துட்டாங்க.
அப்படி பிளேஸ் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க.
கிஷன் தமிழ்நாட்டு கிரவுண்ட்ல சூப்பரா விளாடுவோம். நம்ம தான் இங்க நிறைய ரஞ்சி டிராஃபி அது இதுன்னு விளாண்டுருக்கான்.
ஒரு 2 விக்கெட் போட்டா சென்னை வாய்ப்பு. ஏன் ப்ரோ சென்னை இப்போ தோட்டேன்னா அவ்வளோ நான் பிளே ஆஃப் போக முடியாதா?
இந்த மேட்ச் தோத்துட்டாங்கன்னா பிளே ஆஃப்ஸ் அவ்வளோதாக்கா. கடை சேர்த்துட்டு போக வேண்டியது. பார்த்து
சந்தோஷம். என்னன்னா தோத்துறோம் ப்ரோ. மும்பையிலுமே குஷியா இருக்கு.
இன்னும் 2 சிக்ஸ் அடிச்சா மேட்ச் முடிஞ்சுச்சு.
இப்பயே மேட்ச் முடிஞ்சு ப்ரோ.
என்ன சொல்றேன், ஏதாவது சான்ஸ் இருக்கும். நீங்க ஒரு 2 சிக்ஸ் அடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா கன்ஃபார்ம் தெரிஞ்சிடும்.
40 பாலுக்கு 60 ரன் அதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப ஈஸியான ஸ்கோர்.
கார் வருது.
ட்ராப் எடுக்கிறான் பாரு கார்ல.
பின்னாடி 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 போகிறோம் ப்ரோ. இருக்காங்க.
அடி ப்ரோ நம்பர் அடி ப்ரோ. எங்க ப்ரோ வெளியே போனீங்க? மேல போயிட்டான், மேல படியில இருக்கான் மேல.
Awesome.
இல்ல ஈஸியா அடிக்கிறேன் ப்ரோ. வந்தே தெரியல ப்ரோ. நான் முன்னாடி ஒருத்தர் நாக் எடுத்தேன் ப்ரோ டிராப்ல.
எப்படி மேல வந்தா? பறந்து வந்தானா என்ன?
பக்கி ஏறினு சொருகிட்டான்.
பறந்து வந்திருப்பான்.
பக்கி ஏறினு சொருகிட்டான் ப்ரோ.
உள்ள நாட்டுனால ஈஸியா முடிஞ்சது. வெளியே போறான்னு தெரியல
ப்ரோ. நான் வெளியே தான் ப்ரோ இருந்தேன்.
உள்ளே இருந்துக்கலாம் ஒன்னாச்சு
ஒரு இடத்துல ரொம்ப
அடிச்சேன்.
நேரம் வின்னா என்ன பண்றாங்க? மேட்ச் என்னாச்சு? ஷீல்டு ஓபன் ஆகிற சவுண்ட் கேட்டுச்சு.
டிராப் கிட்ட தான் இருப்பான்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
கில்லு வந்துச்சா ப்ரோ? டாப் கிட்ட இருந்தவன்
அதெல்லாம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் தான் ப்ரோ. சிஎஸ்கே மும்பைலாம் போனா யாரும் மேட்ச் பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க. இப்பெல்லாம் அப்படி இல்லை. யார் உள்ள போனாலும் ஆட பார்க்கறாங்க. ரைட் அது ஒரு மேட்ச் வச்சு செத்துட்டான்னு தெரியல. இல்லை அஞ்சாம் தெரியல.
அவன் நாக்கு தான். அவன்கிட்ட கிட்டெல்லாம் இல்லை.
அவன் டீம் அவங்க டீம் இருந்தா நினைக்கிறேன்.
அவன் டீம்மேட் தான்
டீம் இருந்தா நினைக்கிறேன். இவன் அடிச்சோம் டைரக்டா செத்துருப்பான்னு நினைக்கிறேன் தெரிஞ்சு.
இவன் டீம் எலிமினேட்டர்னு வந்துச்சா எப்படி இருந்துச்சு?
ஸ்ட்ரைட் கில் ப்ரோ.
இதுல ஒரு புகை இருக்குமே, அந்த புகை
எங்க ப்ரோ புகை இருக்கு? அதான் மேல இருக்கான்.
எங்கயா புகை இருக்கு?
இங்கதான் இருக்கான், இங்கதான் இருக்கான்.
நம்ம நியூஸ் பேசிட்டோம். இங்க நடக்குது பிரிட்ஜ் நடக்குது.
இந்த ரிஜ் கரெக்டா இருக்கும். டிடிஎஸ் வேண்டாம், லாங் ரேஞ்ச்.
Awesome. We're the best. We are number 1.
போய் தூங்கு போ.
அவன் 3 வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டானா? விளையாடவே இல்லை. க்ரோன் 3 வரைக்கும் வந்திருக்கேன்.
Nakanakaいい作戦でしたよ。
ஆறவருக்கு 50 அசால்ட் அடிச்சிருக்காங்க.
ஐபிஎல்லாம் இப்ப பிசினஸ் ஆயிடுச்சியா? பிளேயர்ஸ் எல்லாம் முன்னாடி மாதிரி தோனி அந்த கிரேஸ் எல்லாம் பிசினஸ் தான்.
அதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அந்த பிளேஸ்ல தோனி வருவான். ஒரு இப்பெல்லாம் எவனும் யார் இருந்தாலும் பார்க்கறாங்க.
சச்சின் முன்னாடிதான் பிளேயர்ஸ்க்காக பார்ப்பாங்க, பிளேயர்ஸ்க்காகவாவது வைப்பாங்க. இப்பெல்லாம் பிசினஸ்க்காக. இந்த பிளேயர் வந்தா இவ்வளவு வேல்யூ ஏறும், இந்த பிளேயர் வந்தா இவ்வளவு வேல்யூ ஏறும். இப்ப சஞ்சு சாம்சனை மெயினா சிஎஸ்கேக்கு மாத்தினதே பிளேயர் வேல்யூக்காக. ரவீந்திர ஜடேஜாவை விட சஞ்சு சாம்சனுக்கு வேல்யூ கூட எடுத்துறாங்க. ரெடி கூட முரளி.
ஒரு இது
மேட்ச் இருக்கான அவனதான் நான் வர சொன்ன ஃபோன் பண்ணி.
யாரு
மேட்ச் வர போட்டு ஃபோன் சொல்றான்.
சரி ஸ்பைடி ப்ரோ, நாளைக்கு பார்க்கலாம் ப்ரோ. ஸ்பைடி ப்ரோ
சொல்லிட்டு வர மாட்டேன்.
கேக்குதா ப்ரோ? ஹலோ ப்ரோ, ஸ்பைடி ப்ரோ கேக்குதா?
அண்ணா வந்திருக்காரு ப்ரோ, அவர் கூட விளையாடுறேன், நாளைக்கு விளையாடலாம். பாய் ப்ரோ, பாய் பாய் பாய். கேக்குதா ப்ரோ? ஹலோ ப்ரோ, கேக்குதா இல்லையா?
ஒரே மாதிரி இதுல எல்லாம் ஒண்ணு
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
む。助けてくれ。
Help!
助けてくれ。助けて。助けてくれ。
So bye guys. போதும் நான் சீக்கிரமா தூங்குறேன்.